For you. Good.
Well, yeah, you're all good.
Oh, is it? Nice.
Oh, yeah, she can find it. Yep.
All set. Okay, we'll start this meeting of the Fraser Planning Commission with a roll call, please.
Katie Souls, Margaret Bowles,
Brian Cirkvenik.
Joy McCoy.
Peggy Smith.
Andy Miller. Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. A motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, which is the minutes from June 26th.
Motion to approve the consent agenda from June 26th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with an open forum. I'll remind members of the public that this won't be on subjects that are on the agenda tonight. The Victoria Village and Grand Park applications, there'll be plenty of time for public input during those agenda items. But if you have any public input, and hold your comments to 3 minutes if you would, before we start the meeting. Does anybody have anything they'd like to talk to the board about? Anybody online at all?
So we do have one person online, Joseph Landon. We will unmute you just a sec.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my video working, but it says cannot start video, so I apologize for that. First, I'd just like to say that everyone in the town deserves a huge pat on the back regarding all of the projects that were discussed in the board meeting last week. The bike park project and that massive Cousins Ranch conservation project on the east side of Highway 40. Those are great public projects. The materials demonstrated all the hard work that has been completed by many over time. It took a ton of community coordination, community cooperation in planning those projects. Kudos to the board, the planning commission, the town staff, and all the local parties that were involved. So that was first. Just want to say that. Second, there have been a number of moose encounters with humans and pets this year. Kind of alarming. I hope that the town is considering issues going forward, like migration corridors and the harmful effects that fencing can cause in all the plans that may be considered tonight, again, in the future. Things that inhibit movement of wildlife, especially large wildlife, are dangerous. And there's plenty of videos and pictures that are being passed around the community right now that show that and harm to humans and their animals. We need to do what we can. Lastly, third, there have been public processes in the past that concern planning that guide negotiated development agreements. I hope that those processes and input from people 20 years ago is considered tonight and in the future in all plans. Additionally, if those issues are arising here in the current environment, it would not be difficult to incorporate something formal in new plans being developed, because I know the town has retained a party to help establish a new comprehensive plan. And so I think we all should be mindful of that as well. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Joseph.
And
Thanks, Joe.
Joseph Landon and I, we know who you are, but just for the record, you're in Fraser.
I own property in Grant Park.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Joseph. Any other, he's the only one online, okay, and nobody in the audience? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Joseph. So we'll move on to the 5:30 public hearing and possible action, Victoria Village Phase 1 final plat and major site plans. We need a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll move to open the public hearing for phase 1 final plat and major site plan.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll have a start with the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Planning Commissioners. The first agenda item tonight is the final plat and major site plan for Phase 1 of the Victoria Village Affordable Housing Development. As per usual, this presentation will follow the staff report, sprinkled with some, speaking to some of the public comments and concerns that we've received over the past month, as well as during the June meeting. So just diving right into it, applicant property owners, the town of Fraser, as well as Mountain Affordable Housing Development. The property is located in an area bounded by Park Avenue, Highway 40, County Road 8, and the Twin Rivers condos. Phase 1 of Victoria Village includes the 131 deed restricted multifamily residential units, approximately 8,400 square feet of childcare facilities, and approximately 2,900 square feet of general commercial space. The existing zoning on the property is business with Victoria Village overlay, and the request is recommending approval of the final plat and major site plan. Here's an image of the development location. They're bounded in red. So speaking to the submittal and review timeline, back in June of last year, the Board of Trustees approved the master plan for Victoria Village. It should be noted that this master plan essentially served in lieu of the sketch plan or preliminary plat submittal process. That master plan involved significant public engagement, as well as a formal resolution that the board approved. Really, this was above and beyond the sketch plan process. This is why this application today is straight to the final plat, and we don't have a preliminary plat submittal. So back in April, Mountain Affordable Housing Development submitted the final plat and major site plan application. Since that time, 2 rounds of review on the submittal has occurred. We did hold a, quasi-public hearing back in June during the June 26th Planning Commission meeting on this, but that hearing was continued due to town not giving the proper public notice. Specifically, the mailed notices that the town sent out in advance of that meeting were not originally sent with return receipts. But here we are today with proper public notice, published in Sky High Middle Park Times on July 10th. The town also sent out mailed notices with return receipt that's July 9th, not June 9th. That's a typo. I apologize. And the proof of the publication in the newspaper is provided in the packet. Here's an overview of the site plan for Phase 1 of Victoria Village. The shaded area to the north is part of Phase 2 of the development. Phase 1 again includes those uses in the 3 buildings identified kind of in the southern area. So starting off with the intent of the zone district, our code states that the Victoria Village zone should foster development that provides a unique walkable neighborhood that brings additional housing options within proximity to downtown Fraser. And I think it's pretty clear that the development as proposed definitely meets this intent by providing affordable housing and some limited commercial uses and a childcare facility, as well as providing sidewalks and trails throughout the site that integrate with both St. Louis Creek and the broader downtown Fraser area. In terms of the various zoning standards that apply to the site, a mixed-use development, either in the same development area or a group of buildings, is a permitted use in both the business as well as the Victoria Village zone districts. drilling down to specific uses, childcare centers, commercial retail or personal service uses, and multifamily residential are all permitted by right in the business and Victoria Village zones. And the application meets all applicable zoning standards, including setbacks, building height, open space, and residential density. I will speak to the open space required a little bit more on the next slides here. So this chart comes from the cover sheet of the site plan. The column that reads landscape area, third from the right, if you total those up, it equals just under 80,000 square feet of landscape area, which represents just under 35% of the phase one area for the site. However, this table notes a landscape area of approximately 54,000 square feet. So that is a discrepancy between the two tables. The reason for this might be because this table is not, it might not be counting the landscaping for parking lot, perimeter and interior landscaping, but I frankly have not determined that with the applicant at this time. But one thing that I wanted to speak to with regards to open space is that, you know, the site overall is anticipated to include, you know, frankly, much greater than 35% open space as required per the zone district. This is because the area shown in yellow, this is from the plat for the application. This is a protected natural area that's approximately 2.7 acres in size, which will be certainly maintained with this application. This area alone counts for approximately 24% of the total site area between all phases of Victoria Village. So really, so long as approximately 1.25 acres or roughly 54,000 square feet of open space is provided across all phases of development of Victoria Village, then the open space requirement is being met. And if we go back to this table, this is from the landscape plan and the site plan. It notes that approximately 54,000 square feet of open space is being provided just in phase one. Are there any questions or concerns on this? So item of clarification, but again, not a concern by staff, certainly. I think more than enough open space is being provided. Speaking to the design guidelines that are required per section 19.4.190 of our code, that apply to commercial and mixed use developments. There's a range of guidelines that these types of developments are simply encouraged to meet with regards to building and site design. And the application does meet many of these guidelines as detailed on page 4 of the staff report. Specific guidelines that are met are building orientation, colors, windows, energy conservation, as well as some of the building elements and materials. Moving along to site access, as shown on the plat here, phase one of the development is dedicating the entirety of the right-of-way necessary for the north-south collector road through the site, currently called Victoria Way. However, the portion that crosses St. Louis Creek cannot be built until certain permits and approvals are obtained from FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers. This is why on the site plan, there is this note that says Victoria Village Way street extension and crossing to be completed in phase 2. I just want to clarify that note as well as kind of the overall timing of that crossing, the permit approvals, and how it all relates to phase 1. So Mountain Affordable Housing Development, and specifically JVA Engineers and Grand Environmental, they will be submitting the application to FEMA to revise the floodway within the next month is the current plan. What that will do will revise the boundary of the regulatory floodway of St. Louis Creek. And essentially at the same time, they will also apply to the Army Corps of Engineers to slightly modify the boundaries of the protected natural area, as well as request a permit to build the bridge crossing over St. Louis Creek. You know, assuming that those applications do get submitted within the next month or so, generally speaking, it's anticipated that we would receive those approvals from FEMA and the Army Corps by spring of next year. And then the bridge itself, that crossing, would likely be built in August to October of next year. This is when, you know, stream flow in St. Louis Creek will likely be lowest during next summer's construction season. Furthermore, in speaking to the timeline of the entirety of phase one and, when the buildings would likely be finished and ready for occupancy, frankly, that's not expected until Q3 of 2026. So likely, 9 months to a year after this bridge crossing actually gets built late next summer. So again, the timing is such that, everything is pointing towards this bridge will be constructed before buildings are occupied, but, if the planning commission desires, we could certainly add a condition of approval to the plat and site plan, that, certificates of occupancy not be issued for the buildings in phase one until this road is in fact built, just for an additional layer of, kind of certainty around that.
It sounds like the timeline will have that bridge available for at least a good part of construction.
Yes, yeah, that as well.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to point out with regards to site access, just because there was certainly quite a bit of public comment regarding this, is the fact that, the parking lot for building E is accessed via Park Avenue, which is, if I can do the laser pointer. This kind of driveway street right here. That is the only access point to the parking lot for building E. And there have been concerns raised by, residents and property owners in Twin Rivers that, this arrangement could kind of cause or encourage cut-through traffic through Twin Rivers via Sterling Way. As was discussed a month ago, town staff does not believe that, either construction traffic related to the development or traffic once the development is complete is likely to utilize Sterling Way as a cut-through route. However, we and I have certainly heard these concerns. And broadly speaking, we're committed to working with the Twin Rivers property owners and the HOA there to identify and help implement an appropriate solution. I mean, this could look like various different things. I mean, whether that's some extra enforcement from the Fraser Winter Park PD, installing traffic calming measures, within Twin Rivers, such as speed humps, or even just completely or partially restricting access between this road, Park Place, and Twin Rivers. So, I think the reality is that this road, Park Place, is part of the Victoria Village property. The plat intends for it to be public right-of-way that serves both Victoria Village as well as adjacent parcels. So I think, certainly before the buildings are occupied and before construction begins, the town will certainly work to identify an appropriate solution to this.
So what's the reason for that, for this not accessing Park Avenue? That turnaround right there at the heavy dotted line.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
So the parking lot, if you extend it straight down to the south, it intersects Park Avenue. So
Sure.
Why is that not the access?
Well, that is a good question. I think having a driveway here where that red dot is,
Right.
It'd be in fairly close proximity to Park Place. Over here, that's certainly something that I think could be explored. Yeah.
I think it solves the problem.
I think it does too.
Because I mean, we've had this conversation about blocking off access through Twin Rivers before, and we really can't do it safety wise. Twin Rivers needs two accesses in an event of an emergency. And people coming out of that driveway right there are gonna see a clear path to County Road 8, and they're gonna head that way. So it seems like just extending that, making that access point right on Park Avenue there would help resolve that. So,
And
Is-
not even having an access on Park Place,
right,
so that would be parking stall.
Right in here.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a good idea,
That makes sense.
it's a good idea.
Is Sterling Way is a public road, right?
Then it's, yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
Well-
So how much right do the owners at Twin Rivers have to say you can't drive on our road when it's not their road?
well, once they're in Twin Rivers, though, they're in a private parking lot, so that was the question.
Well, but the Sterling Way goes right through Twin Rivers and there's parking on each side of it,
I
right?
don't think, do we have a public right of way through
I-
Twin Rivers?
I was going to clarify. I thought you meant Park Avenue. I think there is some uncertainty whether Sterling Way is in fact public or private
Okay.
based on the plat for Twin Rivers. I think the assumption is that it's been a private street.
Okay.
They just bought their own bridge, so.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then they have the right. Say that.
And how about on? So I know there's gonna be a lot of drop off to the daycare. So that'll all be through the parking area, parking lot? Is that the game plan?
So I'll speak to that more later,
Later,
but
okay.
there have been some concerns raised with regards to pickup and drop off times at the childcare facility.
Yeah,
I think a potential solution, these parallel parking spaces along,
Victoria Village, what,
yeah, along the West Main E.
yeah,
They are specifically kind of earmarked or assigned to that building.
good.
Those areas could be, um, as and certain just in coordination with, Graham, how much space they think they need for pickup drop off and, work with them to identify appropriate space for that within these parking areas identified for building E.
And if we went with Andy's idea about having the drive come right off of Park Avenue, could that create more parking spaces for that building?
Right. So I think as Margaret mentioned, if we were to, extend and add a driveway access here, what we could do is remove this one,
Mhm.
and then just replace it with, extend that row of parking stalls essentially.
Yeah,
Any further questions or discussion?
Just overall, is that parking area dead end to the north there?
It does, and let me just advance to the next slide so we can see that. There it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does, and I do recognize that this is a deviation from the approved master plan. My recollection of that master plan did show a connection from this north side over to Victoria Village Way.
And why was that taken out?
room.
I'm not totally sure, to be honest.
Like a
I'm
pit?
guessing it's the increase in size in the protected area. Kind of squished everything.
Well, I mean, part of it is that, this area here north of Building E is identified as a small park and play area for the daycare. I think if this connection were provided, some parking spaces would be lost, but I think the main thing is that it would impact this planned open space. But I do recognize that there are benefits on having, multiple points of access to this parking area. Again, that's what was shown on the master plan for the site.
Yeah, if they could drive through, go out and then go left or right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
would be ideal if y'all could fit it in the plan. Okay,
totally.
They have that at Granby Elementary where there's an entrance in and exit out.
Mhm,
That just helps with the traffic flow.
mhm.
Those are all good points. Thank you. In speaking to parking spaces overall, phase one is providing 240 parking spaces, which is enough to serve the minimum required through phase one, which is 192 spaces. Some of the spaces, as shown with kind of the reddish orange dots, are being allocated towards future phases of the development. I also just wanted to clarify, for those that read the staff report, it notes that there are errors in the calculation of minimum parking spaces required. However, that text is unfortunately a holdover from the staff report that I wrote for last month's meeting. On their original site plan that they submitted back in April, there were some miscalculations or errors in their parking calcs. Those are not present in this site plan based on my review.
So they're well over on parking, the minimum requirement.
Yeah,
So if they did add that street connection back into Victoria Village Way, plus adding parking spaces over by where the Sterling Way entrance is, They might lose a few parking spaces, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think,
Probably do parallel parking spots, spaces on the connector road.
yeah, potentially. I guess just one other consideration is, the townhomes, like the southern ones, having those back up to kind of a drive, drive aisle versus more of the parking lot and the open space. Again, I don't, if the planning commission or the board has a great preference one way or the other, I guess that's just another consideration. But I think certainly doing so, there probably wouldn't be a net loss in parking spaces, or rather, it's highly likely they'd still be meeting their minimum parking requirements. One other thing that I wanted to speak to regarding a public comment with regards to parking is the parking lot being close to Highway 40. Um, the location of the large surface parking lot adjacent to Highway 40 is consistent with the approved master plan, and, in staff's opinion, it's better than locating it adjacent to Victoria Village Way. I would rather have the buildings front the streets, and in this case, the slower speed, more walkable street through the development. I think the building should front that as opposed to Highway 40. I will note that, landscaping is proposed on the west side of the site in between the parking lot and Highway 40 to help screen it from the highway. And
Less noisy too, so.
certainly, yeah.
Well, and that's gonna be a big building,
Mhm.
and it's creates almost a little space. So it's not right next to the highway, which I
Mhm.
like.
Yeah.
I like having it set back.
So looking at the landscaping plans, again, based on my review, they're meeting all the requirements in terms of total landscaped area, as well as landscaping around parking lot perimeters, as well as interior landscaped islands in parking lots, particularly the large one that's in between buildings C and D next to Highway 40. Another landscaping item that I wanted to speak to, or similar to landscaping, is the trash enclosures. They utilize the same exact materials as the buildings, which is an update from the previous submittal. And then the last item that I wanted to discuss is the snow storage plans. So certainly snow storage, as we all know, is a challenge anywhere here in Fraser, but particularly on sites with large surface parking lots like this. The snow storage plans, as shown here, have identified sufficient square footage of snow storage areas to serve phase one, but the location of some areas do not meet code requirements. Specifically, a few areas are within 25 feet of identified wetlands. So this piece up here, kind of on the north side of Victoria Village Way, if I could move, that kind of darker diagonal hatching, those are wetlands, and snow storage is not within 25 feet of wetlands. So some of this would have to be relocated. Furthermore, our code prohibits snow storage in close proximity to fire hydrants. And there's a couple of areas where snow storage overlaps with a land fire hydrant, namely here, as well as here on the south side of building C. So town staff has simply suggested that, those snow storage areas be moved around a bit. I think if I could go back a few slides, maybe to the so this is part of phase two. This kind of triangular portion in between County Road 8, Victoria Village Way, and the protected natural area. It would be a prime location for snow storage, both in phase one and phase two. Certainly, this area could also serve phase one as snow storage. I think there's ample room in the entire site to serve phase one, but I think looking ahead to phase two, we may have to look at some sort of offsite snow storage easement agreement potentially. But for now, I think town staff is just fine with snow storage being located in areas that are not in phase one, but on site. So long as it meets all those requirements with regards to proximity to wetlands and fire hydrants and things like that. Does that make sense? So in conclusion, there's a resolution in the packet that is approval with conditions or recommending approval of the final plat and major site plan. Staff's recommendation is that the planning commission approve this resolution. The conditions of approval are fairly standard stuff, addressing all comments from town staff as well as external referral review agencies, executing a development improvements agreement and providing surety for all the infrastructure work, as well as some standard items as far as, addressing Mylar copies of the plat and recording HOA documents as necessary. Couple other things I wanted to speak to, fee in lieu for park dedications. So, town staff's determination is that the protected natural area, in addition to the small park area north of Building E, meet the requirement to provide parkland in this development. The fee in lieu dedication, that calculation is based on 5% of the development land area being reserved as a park, or if you're unable to reserve it as a park, providing a fee equal to the value of that 5% land area. And I just wanted to note that the small park that's north of Building E is already pretty close to 5%. It's roughly 4% of the land area of phase one. So that's getting pretty close to 5% for just phase one. And then of course you have the protected natural area, which is again, roughly 27, I think 28% of the site as a whole. So all that is to say that the town is not requiring parkland dedication formally or a fee in lieu of parkland dedication. As far as land dedication or fee in lieu of that for schools, frankly, the town is just leaving that up to the East Grant School District. I personally have not heard anything on my end from school district staff on that front. But my understanding is that, Mountain Affordable Housing Development has had correspondence with them. And ultimately, again, as I mentioned, staff is open to adding any other conditions of approval as the planning commission sees fit to this resolution regarding, Victoria Village Way, the traffic impact study, even the name of the development. So certainly open it up to discussion with you all.
I have a question, Garrett. So that park dedication, it's a public area. It's not just reserved for grandkids' use, correct?
So in this case, part of it is reserved, or it might even be fenced off for grandkids, whereas a portion of it would essentially be open to the public. So that is a good clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to propose that we add the conditions, no CO until, the entire portion of, Victoria Village Way is
Mhm.
completed. I'd like Andy's proposal, whether that's something that we can add now, or is it something that needs to be looked at first by whoever drew up the plans to connect that directly to Park Avenue and not go out Sterling Way.
Mhm.
And then the third one is up there where it could possibly the driveway or parking lot could actually connect over. Put that back in to have that connection, because I think it would also help to take some of the traffic off of Park Avenue if there were a connection there, and the traffic flow could be directed maybe to go out
Mhm.
out that way, and that would then go out
County Road 8.
out to County Road 8 versus dumping it back onto Park Avenue, which has limited capacity. Those are my three
Mhm.
things. And then the other question I had related again to Park Avenue is, I recognize that any improvements to Park Avenue really don't have to do with this particular plat, but how do we move along some sort of um, not research, but study or something into how to improve that intersection so that it can possibly accommodate the additional traffic that's going to be put on that road.
The US 40 intersection, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, to that point, CDOT did complete their traffic study and conceptual designs for the entirety of Highway 40 through Fraser. The, specific intersection improvements to Park Avenue were somewhat limited. However, traffic signals were identified for County Road 8 to the north and Eisenhower Drive to the south. I think just by having traffic signals there, you would have a lot of improvement to the traffic operations at Park Avenue and Highway 40 when you have traffic signals to the north and south. It would create gaps in the traffic stream essentially. So even if it's still just a, stop controlled intersection at Highway 40, you'd have additional gaps and therefore traffic would flow more smoothly. And then, Highway 40 is planned to be 2 lanes in each direction. So that would give additional, lane space for folks turning either right to head north or left to turn or to head south. Does that make sense?
It kind of appears that there's room. At
Andy,
that
can you
intersection
pull
for
your
the-
mic closer to you, please?
It appears that there's room on 40 for an XL decel lane there too. It's pretty wide just beyond here. So
Yeah, right at that corner though, there are a lot of boxes. Looks like a electrical. Anyway, right at the corner, if you go to off of Park right onto 40, it's I'm not sure what they're all for, but they're pretty big and they're solid and looks like it would be different. Anyway, they would have to be moved to be able to wipe that far. I don't know what that would take.
So what are the, what's the timing for any improvements to 40?
Yeah, I mean, I think any CDOT led improvements through that broader work that was identified a few years ago and the conceptual design is certainly years away, I would say. I think it's possible that specific improvements could be advanced faster in coordination with the town, but it's kind of not set in stone, I would say.
They're essentially redoing the plans now.
Right.
And so they wouldn't break ground next
Realistically,
year.
it's
It would
not
be
gonna help us
2026, 2027.
in my lifetime.
Well, but by the time this is built,
longer than that.
you're gonna live to be 100, Margaret.
So then it just basically remains as is.
Well, something that I wanted to share, this is from the construction documents. The proposed grading of the site is a fairly steep, 2-to-1 slope off the sidewalk down towards Building D. But what this shows is that there's 60 feet of right of way along Park Avenue. And then right where my cursor is, that is the concrete drain pan that currently exists. There's ample right of way to widen this paved area. I know something that was talked about last June was just widening that asphalt enough such that you could have a separate right and left turn lane. I mean, I think that's certainly something that the town could look to do in the short term. But I think anything kind of beyond that might be too big of a lift, frankly.
The CDOT's review of this is not complete yet, though.
That is true. CDOT has not yet approved of the traffic impact study. I think, in my own review of it, I think one kind of shortcoming is that it analyzes the site as a whole. It doesn't do it on a phase by phase basis. So, the traffic measures and traffic counts that are reported in there, again, it's for the entire site, not just phase 1. So in thinking about what we're looking at right now, what's currently presented in the traffic study is more conservative, higher delays, more trips, right? So that is one thing I would say with regards to the traffic impact study. I'm not specifically sure what else CDOT is requiring in order to approve it. Within the packet, there is a response letter from the traffic engineer that prepared that study, responding to CDOT's initial concerns. So.
I was having an accident there just the other day. So.
Is that Margaret?
Of that access off the post office, that access onto Park Avenue, which is right there.
I'll share my screen.
It creates chaos. making a right-hand turn, somebody coming out of, it's just again, I think I mentioned this last time, but if there be some way to close that off and at least keep people from using that particular entrance, it would help with the congestion on that intersection right here.
Gotcha.
Are you talking about
Does it
this
exit,
access?
But not an
Yeah.
entrance,
Exactly.
one way.
So it really is an issue. I mean, I really have almost been hit a couple times. People just come out, they don't look to see if anybody's turning right.
Mhm.
And it's just gonna, and it's so close there to that intersection. There's no way to stack. If you want to come out and get in line to make a turn.
Yeah.
There's no room.
Unfortunately, that curb cut at the other end, though, Margaret's really problematic too. So,
Well, that's,
Yeah.
and all I'm saying
Yeah.
is, and all I'm saying is, while this is gonna create a lot of additional trips on that, at that intersection, we can't ignore it.
right.
Something needs to be done with the post office entrance and access and that intersection. And not wait until, that's built and we've got all kinds of, we need
Okay.
to plan ahead for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I don't know how to get that going. Do we need a committee to look at it? Who does that? Who would do it?
I mean, I would say town staff in coordination with Mountain Affordable Housing would look at it and look to implement that.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, so I don't know is that a condition or is that just something totally separate? Because I think it's important. So I don't know how to get it
Yeah.
and the wheels in motion.
I think it's separate.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why more Mountain Affordable Housing would be involved.
Yeah, I
in that.
wasn't
Yeah.
expecting them to be.
Sure.
I don't know how to get it going from a parallel.
But with our town and our master planning process coming up here soon,
They're a big part of it.
and transportation and
Yeah.
our connectivity and all that, it's a big part of it. So we could address it then and hopefully bump it up on the priority list.
There's a pretty bad slope right where that old log fence used to be
Mhm.
near that entrance, but it's not that bad. It could, at least that entrance could be widened. So that, because right now it's difficult for two cars to maneuver in and out of that particular entrance, so. Okay,
Those are my comments.
thanks, Margaret. Could we launch just a little bit of discussion about the name? I did talk to Christy and Sherry, Christy Clayton and Sherry Sanders are both in town, and we talked about George Eastham. Charlie Clayton's book, Fraser, talks about George Eastham on 2 different pages. Basically, he platted the town. He built the first large sawmill out in St. Louis Creek, so really helped firm up the major first industry. We do have an Eastham Street, so he's honored already in town, but I'd sure like to see a name here that had a local tie. Just to review, Victoria Village was the development name that is left over from the previous development that really doesn't have, as far as I know, any link to the community. So Eastham Village is what I'd like to have discussed at least, or Fraser Valley Village. That's this is kind of a unifying type project that's going to serve both Winter Park and Fraser and serve the whole valley. So Fraser Valley Village might work well also.
Easier to pronounce. What do you think?
The issue I have with Eastham is that Eastham Avenue is not bordering it.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to go with Eastham Village, if we could look into, I don't know, swapping the names of the road or something.
Eastham Way, is because it's Village Way,
Yeah,
or even just Village Way. So on the street. In Eastham Village, keep the Eastham name off the street. Although we may have a Village Way elsewhere, and
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
yeah,
I think we do.
Fraser Valley.
Yeah,
I like that.
Fraser Valley Village. I like just alliteration.
yeah.
Or even Valley Village,
What's that?
Valley Village.
That's short and sweet.
A little more, yeah.
Yeah. Valley Village.
anyway, before that comes to the board, we'll put Sarah and the mayor on it. And
Or the Valley
Mhm.
Village,
Yeah,
the Valley.
not something we need to decide right now, though, right?
No, but
No.
I'd just like to
Okay.
see this really have a close local tie. We're all really proud of what we're doing here, and it's really gonna be a part of the community, and be nice to have a local tie with the name.
Yeah, and maybe Sarah on social media could put out something that, looking for ideas.
Yeah.
Something simple.
The longer we wait, the more the printing cost goes up.
Yeah.
Trouble.
Right, because already there's.
Yeah, these things, well, it's basically wood plank finish is what it talks about to the ground, and the particular material that they talk about is and there's a lot of these products out now that they're a hardened finish wood product. The fire resistance is pretty good. Snow resistance is pretty good, but really not as good as metal and stucco. And I really think we ought to seriously examine the long-lived nature of the exterior of these buildings. And as far as I know, at least the construction I've been doing, I think that architectural metal, I'm not talking rusty metal, but architectural
Mhm.
metal, at least down at the ground level, would really help with the snow and the damage that happens to the bottom of buildings that we all see. And above that, I think stucco is a lot more fire resistant, and we're not out in the middle of the woods here, but neither was Superior and the towns in the Front Range. So these fires come to places we don't expect. So
I imagine stucco would add a significant cost to the building at this time.
Andy, what about the cementous material that
you
looks
know,
like
that's
wood?
really not worked out well, Peggy, the hardy board and
Yeah.
those products, they have an ash material that's in them, and that tends, when the finish is compromised, the ash tends to blow the finish off. So they haven't lasted as well as we hoped they would. So
Hmm.
very fire resistant for sure, and pretty inexpensive.
Because the stucco's had all kinds of problems with moisture getting behind it and
Well, I don't know. The Thoroelastic stuccos that they use now are really, they do expand and contract well, and the broom hut up there 11 years at 11,300 feet, and that's not a concrete product. That's strictly synthetic.
Synthetic.
But the Thoroelastic coats really do make for a long lived and
It is
less
having
problematic.
problems though, where it sits on the sill, on the metal sill, and the water gets up underneath. There's a lot of
Yeah.
splitting and
Yeah,
blistering there.
yeah. Anyway, just
so
Okay.
one of the other things that we talked about at the last board meeting was adding elevators, which Katie, they did,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but
One
they didn't
for
add
COVID.
any storage.
yeah.
So, and those decks are awfully small. They're decorator items. 4 feet is just go stand out there with your coffee cup and look at the view instead of using it. So I really would like to see some storage on those decks and the decks be bigger so that you can actually use them. And I think that's pretty cheap space.
Priced a deck lately?
It's better than inside and trying to
Yeah.
store your mountain bike and your skis and all
Yeah,
that stuff
yeah.
inside. And you don't want everybody, all of that stuff just hanging out on the decks. Right?
And people will have stuff. So they come here.
Well, maybe keep the wood plank siding, which is less expensive, and at least put architectural metal around the base of these buildings.
I'd like to see
Yeah.
metal around the
Mhm.
base
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
that
it
could be
helps
an
with-
accent point that's on other, doesn't have to just be a little skirt.
No, it could be 3 feet. And, yeah.
Well, it could also add some interest if we wanted to
Yeah.
have some.
So there's a lot of conditions that we've talked about.
Yes.
Is this, I mean, is this possible to move forward with at this point, or?
Oh, I think
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
think so. Because those are the things that we could take a look at over time.
So we're not ruling on that stuff right now.
So yeah, we haven't seen any floor plans or anything. I mean, that's, I guess, I'm assuming that we get to delve into that at some point. But I don't know when, but
So within the site plan, they do have just the kind of outline of the floor plan, not, the rooms themselves inside each unit and the layout of those, but it's essentially just, the footprint size for a studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom unit laid out within the building, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it
So-
doesn't give you much information. It's a box.
Right.
You know, the semi-major thing is I'm really somewhat disappointed in the stormwater system. It's piped, it all ends out in the wetland, and I think as part of the town, we're developing a stormwater master plan. Maybe some of that could be handed over to that effort, because there's some funding available there. So, because we're right on the edge of a wetland and the creek here, so I hope we might take a little closer look at the stormwater system here, so. And I could talk to Paul about that some and see if we can't coordinate some with the stormwater master plan effort, so.
Mhm, mhm.
So I understand we're looking at this geothermal, which I guess gives us the opportunity to have air conditioning.
Yes, my understanding is that that system could allow both interior heating and cooling off of that.
So is this gonna be a ducted system or,
I am not completely aware, to be honest.
because
These
this-
mini split systems are ducted. So,
but mini splits would work better than having to drop the ceiling heights, because we don't know what the ceiling heights in these are, and if they're 8 feet, which I hope they're not, but they could be. And then you have the ducts that for gas force or forced air, which is the heating system and the cooling system. You're gonna end up with what kind of a mess we've got at Headwaters building with lower ceilings, and then 8 feet's not exactly generous to begin with.
Sure.
And Peggy Todmore is here if you'd like him to speak to the system.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Todd.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Commission. The question on geothermal.
Mm-hmm.
So, right now, it's just in the concept and, for in terms of heating and cooling, right now, we're still planning on putting VTEX in building C and E as well as D. And so, some of those will have ductwork, some of them won't. It just depends on the size of the unit. So, but we had to make a selection, and that's one of the things that we're currently doing. So if the geothermal does go in, then the mechanical design and plumbing design will have to be changed. So right now, we're expecting to have the geothermal study done, the phase 2, probably in the next 4 weeks. And during that period of time, we are going to be picking the pencils back up on the design of building C and E. But we will not have the mechanical and plumbing system designed by that time. So there will be some rework if that changes.
So do you know what the ceiling heights are in the buildings?
Right now, they're 9 feet.
That's a good one to start with instead of
Yeah.
8 feet.
So we have
Mhm.
9 feet floor to ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
That's subfloor to the floor diaphragm above.
Mhm.
So, we'll lose an inch for floor covering and drywall on the ceiling.
Okay.
But in terms of, there will, for some ductwork in the 3-bedroom units, there will be a soffit that runs across the living room from left to right. But it's not the whole ceiling. It's just what we need to encompass or encapsulate the ductwork that takes us from the VTAC units to the bedrooms.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these $1 million units that they're trying to sell that start at 8 feet and then they drop the soffits down to 7 feet.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Yeah, not a
So-
good look.
Yeah, no, so, but we're planning, and we're able to fit that in with the additional building height that was granted by the Board of Trustees. Allows us to go to the 9-foot, pre-cut, studs in the exterior walls.
Good. Okay, thank you.
any other questions on the buildings themselves?
Do you think it'll be a big expense if you added a storage component on the decks?
So, yeah, I took a note of that, and I did want to address that, and maybe one of the questions about that other cut-through road from the parking lot E, if I
Mhm.
can.
Yeah,
Um,
please.
But right now, I think we have a member of our architectural team online, And Kate, if you're still online, don't let me misquote or misstate something, but all of the units, all three of these buildings have their own private storage locker or storage closet. They're off of the interior hallways. And that way people don't have, residents don't have to store things on the balcony.
So is it big enough to store bikes
Yes.
inside?
In the storage closet, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, some of them, they can just be pulled right in,
Yeah.
or, depending on whether they're deep or wide.
Mhm.
And there may be some where hooks have to be put and they have to be hung up vertically.
Okay. Well,
So
that's good because these kids come with all kinds of toys.
all kinds of stuff. Yep. And so that was one of the things. And the other was in terms of the comments about being able to move the access into the parking lot to the right of or east of building E. There's really two reasons why I don't think it's possible, and one why it's probably not desirable. And so why it's not possible is that if there's a cut through, for example, that goes from the parking lot back over to what's currently Victoria Village Way, that will be put right over the top of where the potential is for a future well.
Oh,
So, so that's one
Gotcha.
thing. And the other is that the other part of that park is fenced and it's required by grandkids
Mhm.
for the kids in the area. So we looked at that. That's why it was in the original master plan. But as we programmed the space and got through that, we realized that in order to be able to accommodate the parking requirements for the units that have been designed, we can't put that there. We need it for parking. And so on the south side of that parking lot, for example, if we came in from Park Avenue into that, we would end up losing parking spaces. The current access is an established easement over there to the right. So, and it also serves as traffic calming so that it slows the speeds down for people that are coming in and out of that area. Which is
Perpendicular. In a perpendicular fashion, yeah,
yeah.
makes sense.
So that way, it's safer, slower traffic for the daycare. So,
So it's an easement right there where that is. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
But if you connected it to Park Avenue and took out that, you would have additional parking places there,
Right in here.
right here. So then what's the issue?
well, we still don't get enough. So although, Garrett did a wonderful job providing a project description and overview, and it's been a pleasure to listen to that, but for the current phase, there are more than enough parking places for the three buildings. But when you get to the build out of the site for phase two, assuming that's going to be done, then there would be barely enough parking. And so by removing that, the parking would be at a deficit at that point. And that's one thing, but the other is, and more concerning to me, would be just to create that constant back and forth traffic in front of the daycare facility. And so, I would prefer not to do that, even if parking wasn't an issue.
Todd, you all aren't utilizing a 10% reduction in minimum parking for transit access, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So, I mean, I think that is something that could be utilized, but I know kind of, the driving motto is provide more parking, especially in the downtown area. So I think there are trade-offs for that. I mean, I do think this could utilize the provision in our code that allows for a 10% reduction in parking spots due to transit access, but it's completely optional. I mean, parking minimums are just that, minimums. You can always provide more. So
Tough question. I mean, it is better to have with that current configuration there, we do have a dead end parking lot in front of the daycare, which is a lot safer.
Mhm.
And it does, you know, when you come out into that parking lot at the far end, it's a long straightaway to the street and it's pretty easy to build up some speed. So
Is the easement entrance, um, that's south of the last Twin Rivers building, right?
It is.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
sure, they could go down Sterling Way, but they're much more likely to go onto Park Avenue.
yeah. There's some room there for landscaping, maybe make that visually, you don't see that.
And there's landscaping on the east side.
Yeah.
Okay,
To
Yeah, I
provide
can-
somewhat of a visual buffer,
okay.
and on the west side for that matter, for screening off the US 40.
Through here.
Okay, we'll take that off the table.
I
Yeah.
think so,
You
yeah,
want to stick with this configuration?
yeah.
And there was a question about elevators. Elevators are being programmed into building C and E.
And
So,
not the other building though, or,
no, that it already had been put into D.
okay,
Yeah.
so all buildings have elevators. Okay,
Wonderful, thank you.
That's great.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can certainly investigate the cost difference between metal siding and the LP smartboard. In my experience, the metal cladding on the bottom is prone for denting, you know, especially in a commercial application. So it's going to be something that has to be maintained more frequently than the LP smartboard. But we can still evaluate the cost for you. And we can see if we could have the architect mock up a elevation rendering and show you if that would be of interest.
Please.
okay. Any other questions on the buildings? Any other questions on the project?
How wide are the decks right now?
Um,
Are they 4 foot?
oh, deep?
Yeah,
No, I think they're
Deep.
6.
what's that?
I think they're 6.
6,
Yeah.
okay.
And they are
That's it.
expensive. Somebody mentioned that the decks are expensive, and they are. They're almost as expensive to build into this as just finished space, because by the time you alter the building envelope and carve out space for a balcony or a deck,
Mhm.
then you know, you're building theoretically
The
2
footprint
additional
increases.
sides.
Yeah.
So there's a cost for that for both material and labor,
Mhm.
versus not having one at all. And we had to build them inboard, because if we build them outboard, then there's not enough room to meet setbacks.
Okay.
So.
Good.
We could eliminate them, but that would be a bummer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's a quality of life thing.
Yeah,
for up
no,
here.
they look
People like to
awesome.
be outside and it looks better.
Sure
Okay.
does.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'm open for public input. Anybody?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we'll take public input. Please limit your input to 3 minutes. And happy to hear what you have to think about the project. Please state your name and where you live, please. Up to the podium if you would. Thank you, sir.
And each person will have 3 minutes, and we'll set the timer so you can see it.
My name is Tim Moreland and I'm at
So
564.
Jim, excuse me, is that the microphone's on there, isn't it?
Okay. My name's Tim Moreland.
Yeah.
And I'm down at 564 Sun River Drive. And still, even after the first go around at the last meeting, I still think that the traffic study is undervalued and inaccurate just because of the time that it was done. And the other thing was, I appreciate your efforts I feel like you tried to come up with solutions, but I think there's gonna be plenty of times during the construction process where the traffic flows are gonna feel like it's an occupied development. Because it's such a big project. There's gonna be, you know, at times I would say, you know, between 40 and 100 workers there would be my guess. I mean, it's a big project. So I think that I still feel like the number one thing that makes this project successful is the completion of Victoria Village Way and then the access from County Road 8 as well as Park Avenue to Highway 40. And understanding that where you're at with the state of Colorado, with CDOT right now is at the conceptual stage. I think like best case, something happens by 2030. I don't think there's any way in God's green earth that there's something's going to happen by 26. So, because my understanding is like, once you get through engineering that then you're in the tomorrow window, which is about 5 years. And I think that the impact to everybody in Sun River, or, back in Sun River as well as Twin Rivers, I think it's gonna be really hard, really hard. And I think that people will use Twin Rivers to get around if they need to. And I don't think that's fair to those guys either. So anyway, that's all I had, but I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
That's good.
Paul Begovac. We've been in Twin Rivers for about 8 years. The lowest elevation on Victoria Village is right in front of our front porch. It all comes right down in front of us. So our biggest concerns are around drainage. A point of clarification, the bridge over St. Louis Creek was built by Twin Rivers and paid for by Twin Rivers. We support the project. It's a great project. Affordable housing is essential in the valley. So we are supporters of the project. And I think it can be a showcase project for the town of Fraser. It really can be. The two concerns I have relate to the stormwater drainage, because I think you hit it right on. My biggest concern is on the easternmost storm drainage channel, and I talked with Garrett this morning about that. It is aimed at Ptarmigan building, and when you aim water in a channel, it will cut. There's an easy option there to move that back up about 10 feet into the natural drainage, because there's a meander there that will hold that water and absorb it. And then the excess flows off right in front of our front porch there. So that line along there is an overflow. It's not a main channel. So those are a couple of things there that I want to comment on. I'm not sure exactly where, that's just based on my estimates of looking at it this morning. The second item was whether there's a change in the floodplain designation for Ptarmigan building. We are not in the floodplain. We've got that letter from FEMA, but in looking at the hydraulic documents, it looks to me like now Ptarmigan is going to be moved into that floodplain zone. And that just doesn't seem fair to change that, because the whole dynamics of that building change. Appreciate from a flood insurance requirement, you can't sell it without, all those things. So I would really urge you to make sure you don't change any of the floodplain designations on the adjacent properties. That's just not fair to the adjacent properties. So I'm not sure if that's exactly the case, but in looking at it, it seemed like there's going to be a move of that floodplain that will now encompass Ptarmigan in Twin Rivers. So with that, I think, like I say, we are supportive of the project. It's a great benefit to the folks in Fraser. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ask a question as a follow-up.
Yeah.
Is there somebody that can answer that,
The FEMA question.
a question about?
The
So
floodplain.
we're doing FEMA, this part of the permit process, and I don't know, do you know much about that, Garrett? Or-
I can kind of speak to this. I'll share my screen here. So I think first to talk about the drainage outfall that was mentioned. This is the one in question that was mentioned. It's pointing kind of to the northeast. And if you look out here, that it's not shown on this map, but right where my cursor is roughly where that drainage outfall is. And just the concern is it's pointing more or less right in line with the Ptarmigan building in Twin Rivers. I did ask the engineer from JVA about this. They indicated that it's kind of difficult to see, but these dash lines like this one here, as well as this one up here. Essentially, what the engineer indicated is that outfall location is more or less at an existing low spot that should cause the flow to travel more or less directly to the north into St. Louis Creek and traveling to the west of that Ptarmigan building in Twin Rivers. But recognizing that is still a significant concern. I think one option that we are looking at is simply moving this back and rotating the direction of this so it's pointing more directly north or even to the northwest as opposed to the northeast.
And what is that?
That is, let me pull up a different set of plans. I apologize. It's where a stormwater drainage pipe
Gotcha.
outfalls.
Thank
Are we
you.
looking at retention at all,
That's
or?
good.
No, we simply have stormwater quality, not quantity. So this manhole right here is a stormwater quality manhole, but my understanding is that there's no stormwater retention. And that's fairly common, my understanding, with sites adjacent to the Fraser River or creeks like St. Louis or other creeks.
How is the runoff treated then?
Well, it's treated for water quality within this manhole. It's a contact is the name of the brand. It essentially separates sediments, any physical objects in the stormwater, and causes those to settle in the manhole itself, and then the water flows out. These manholes have to be serviced and cleaned out of debris that accumulates in them over time. So, and certainly, the water coming out of these would more or less just sheet flow over this existing wetland area before hitting St. Louis Creek. Um,
Then the FEMA classification?
Yeah, so I spoke with Paul about this as well. There is a letter from FEMA for the Ptarmigan building as well as a few others stating that it's not within the 100-year floodplain. This light purple line here is what's currently shown on FEMA's maps online. And, from that, it appears like this building is in the floodplain. However, per a more recent letter from FEMA, it's not. And then the other thing I want to mention is that this orange line here, that is what's called the corrected 100-year floodplain, which I believe accounts for, well, one, that letter from FEMA, as well as, I mean, it adjusts the boundaries of the 100-year floodplain in this area as well. But the Ptarmigan building is well outside of the 100-year floodplain, and certainly the development would not modify the 100-year floodplain in this area. There is some kind of rechannelization or embankment work proposed along St. Louis Creek over here on kind of the west side, closer to Highway 40, that would alter the 100-year floodplain, but the intent of that is to narrow it. So that dark blue line seen here is what the proposed 100-year floodplain would be after that work, as compared to, the purple or orange lines that go, into building B essentially. So that's my understanding of the floodplain situation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, thanks. Bob Wolf, 566 Sun River Drive. Thanks a lot for a lot more detail this month and information than what we went through last month. So you answered a lot of the questions. I think my comments are going to be basically outside the project of what are you doing to prepare for this project to be built? And I think we discussed Park Avenue. That's all we're discussing is Park Avenue these days. When this building is built, Park Avenue is going to be the main thoroughfare for material delivery, employees, and everything else. And it's going to just be over. It's going to inundated with traffic, semi trucks, and everything else coming in and making that right-hand turn or left-hand turn onto Park Avenue. So I think you need to start having some formulation of a plan put together for what are you going to do for all this traffic? Employees, where are you going to park all the employees, construction employees? I say 40 is very minimal. Very much you're going to have 100 people there. We all know how Americans like cars. You're going to have 100 cars there at the same time. So I don't know if your outside parking lots are going to be used for parking or material storage. We don't want to have Park Avenue act as the material storage place for all the material there. I think the storm drain situation of Park Avenue needs to be improved immensely, as Andy's has been talking about. So I think the connector road coming out of that, I think some redesign, it'd be nice to do that. If you need to take some open space from another spot, I think that connector road, because everybody's going to come out on Park Avenue still, and they're not going to go to Eastham Way or whatever. They're going to head straight on out, or they're going to, so they're going to use Park Avenue more than you think right now. even when the bridge gets built, I think. It's going to be the least path of resistance. The materials of the building, trust me, I'm very involved with insurance goings on these days with high-rise buildings. And they're not coming in cheap. So materials for fire and stuff like that, it's blowing people away for what you're going to have to start paying for insurance on these buildings, whether they're fire protected or not. It's just what the insurance companies are doing. I know buildings at the ski area, they're budgeting $1 million a year now for insurance. So that could affect a lot of that building and materials and stuff. So other right, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there a connection between Sun River Drive and Eastham Avenue? I mean, looking at the map and yeah, it looks unofficial for sure.
The chain of us.
Okay. Is that access? Did that change?
Let's save that for our transportation plan. Planning in the future than right now. Personally, because we're running late on
Yeah,
our
yeah.
schedule and I'd like to stay on task personally.
Okay.
Thank you. Everybody.
Any other comments from the public?
Good evening. My name is Dana Rogers. I'm at the Twin Rivers Complex as well. And we've talked about the fact that County Road 8 is not going to have a light for what, 30 years or so? When are you dying? Yeah, but anyway, that is going to be a real concern. Someone stated that people won't be using Sterling Way, which is the road that goes right through. If the water department is any indication, it's going to get a lot of use. We had a chain up there for years, stopped people from using it. That was a fire hazard, so we had to take the chain down. And now we have trucks going through there constantly. They make some pretty good speed up there too. Lastly, on the snow storage, there was one little area along the eastern boundary. And I don't know if there's something to get rid of that snow once it's stored there, or if it's going to come right into our backyards. Lastly, has there been any discussion about fences around the property? No. No, so there won't be any 8-foot Mexico fence kind of projects going in.
No.
Okay.
Not as far as we know.
Okay. Great, that's all I had. Made my time.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Okay.
Any further discussion by the board?
Oh, is anybody online?
Okay,
We don't get
entertain-
flashed.
Sorry, Katie.
There's-
I said entertain a motion.
So, can we review the conditions
Yes.
that we came up with
Yeah,
before we make a motion?
Go ahead, Katie. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
So I did add condition of approval number 2 with regards to certificates of occupancy not being issued until the collector road is complete and open between County Road 8 and Park Avenue. 3 and 4 have to deal with site access to that parking lot on the east side of building E, but then I struck through them after Todd's explanation. I don't know how you all feel about
Yeah.
maintaining them or just getting rid of them. Okay. And then the only other one I had so far was provide architectural metal around the base of building C, D, and E up to a height of 36 inches.
At least explore the cost of that, I guess. So.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay,
Hey, I'd like to make a motion to approve Victoria Village Phase 1 final plat and major site plan. Recommend.
With the noted changes.
What's that? And with the conditions as noted.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And we need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Can we have 5 minutes before we start the
Any
next one?
opposed? No? Okay, so take a 5-minute break.
Just a short. Or 3.
Alright. This will be for after the meeting to sign, but you don't have to worry about it right now. So,
All right, we'll come back into session here if we could, please. So we have a public hearing and possible action for the Village at Grand Park filing 3. I need a motion to open the public hearing, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the staff report.
I
Sorry.
think first,
Yep.
we need to,
oh, yes.
Sorry.
due to my public comments in
Oh.
the planning commission meeting on March 27th, I've been asked and will recuse myself from the decisions on filing 3 and filing 4 today.
I also would like to recuse myself for the comments that I made on March 27th.
Thank you.
We'll miss you guys.
So we still have a quorum.
Still.
Thanks.
So I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Margaret moved.
Second.
Your second, I'm sorry.
Joy.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with the staff report on the Village of Grand Park filing 3.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Planning Commission. The item before you this evening is the preliminary plat and final plan development plan for the Village at Grand Park filing 3. So the property owner and applicant is Grand Park Development LLC. This is located in planning areas 1WA and 2W.3. The new proposed land uses include 17 residential units, 400 lodging or hotel units, and a little bit more than 56,000 square feet of commercial space. I do want to note that including the values that have previously been approved for the Village at Grand Park, planning areas 1WA.1 and .2 that were approved back in 2008. The total land uses in this application encompass 245 residential units, 550 lodging units, and approximately 175,000 square feet of commercial space. The zoning of this property is planned development, and again, the request is approval of the preliminary plat and final planned development plan. Here's an overview of the development location. The areas shown in red are part of planning area 1WA. The area shown in blue is part of planning area 2W. Here's that same image overlaying in Google Earth as close to scale as possible. So showing how these areas relate to, the existing rec center site, Grand Park Drive to the south, the proposed extension of American Willow Drive, intersecting with Rendezvous Road at Highway 40, kind of forming the northern boundary. The dashed line that you see kind of running through the middle is the 100-year floodplain for Leland Creek. So in speaking to the review and approval timeline for this development, 2005 is when the Plan Development District Plan for Grand Park was approved. Final plan development plans within these planning areas were approved starting in, August 2008 through November of 2023. From January to May of this year was when the previous 1WA and 2W application was submitted, reviews occurred, and public hearings happened. The result of that during the May 22nd Planning Commission meeting was that the Planning Commission recommended denial of that application by passing Planning Commission Resolution 2024-0503. And in June, this new application was submitted, technically a continuation of that previous 1WA 2W application. It was split into 2 separate applications. This is the first, the Village at Grand Park filing 3. So since June, we have reviewed it, and now we have arrived at today's public hearing. So public notice was provided. It was published in the Sky High News, Middle Park Times on July 10th. Mailed notices were sent to nearby property owners by the applicant the week of July 1st. The town did receive this notice, so we can verify that they were sent out. and proof of the newspaper publication provided in the packet. Here's a map showing the existing conditions in this area. So going from left to right on the screen, that's the Middle Park Health Medical Center on the far right. Kind of to the bottom and right of that is the Foundry. To the right of that is the two Market Street buildings currently under construction. You have Grand Park Drive to the right or north of that. The Grand Park offices and market and gas station, and then the rec center on the far right to the north. This shows the proposed uses and kind of site plan for 1WA and 2W as included in this application. So the areas shown in yellow, these are new development planning areas that are not previously approved. So planning areas 1WA 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, as well as planning area 2W.3. The areas shown in blue are amended or changed planning area 1WA.1 to account for just changes in use relative to the final plan for the Village of Grand Park that was approved back in 2008. What's shown in green there is a proposed extension of American Willow Drive as a 60-foot right-of-way collector facility. And then finally, in orange, these are existing portions of Old Victory Road and Grand Park Drive that would formerly have right-of-way dedicated towards them to the town. These are all 80-foot wide arterial type facilities.
But just to be clear, Garrett, so blue is previously approved flats, and they're not part of this action then?
They are. This final plan development plan amends these areas and updates them relative to what was shown and approved on the FPDP back in 2008 for the Village at Grand Park. The lot sizes are a little different for some. The uses are slightly different, but I mean, broadly speaking, it encompasses the uses that were approved back then, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I know we've talked about this, I think, at every meeting, but density transfers between planning areas, this is something that's allowed per section 4.2 of the 2003 annexation agreement, copied here on the slide. Density transfers between planning areas are also authorized by this note 7 on the 2005 Grand Park Plan Development District Plan. Specifically, this highlighted text here is kind of a key thing. Density may be transferred up to 30% of the density of the receiving planning area without an amendment to the PDD plan for Grand Park. So in this application, there is a modest density transfer requested. Specifically, planning area 1WA is proposed to have 15 additional residential units and approximately 25,000 square feet of commercial space above and beyond what is approved for planning area 1WA in the 2005 PDD for Grand Park. Whereas for planning area 2W, the density transfer simply includes 22 lodging units. The 9 residential units that are noted there with the asterisk are simply from, it's a previously approved density transfer in Alpenglow that was approved with the Alpenglow FPDP, planning area 2W.2 back in November. The applicant did not provide an updated density transfer chart from the previous submittal that went before the Planning Commission in May. So it's not, immediately clear which planning areas are transferring density into 1WA and 2W with this application. However, the density transfers that are proposed here are anticipated to come from almost certainly the same planning areas that were identified in that previous application. So it was planning areas 4W, 5W, 7, 9, and 10W. It's likely some portion of all of those are being utilized here in this density transfer. Talking about planning area acreages, this is again from the 2005 Grand Park Plan Development District Plan, both the table on the left and the image shown. So every development planning area within the Grand Park PDD, as well as planning area 23W, has an acreage associated with it. For planning area 1WA, it is 30.3 acres, and for 2W, it is 33.8. And per this application, the applicant has appeared to reduce the acreage of planning area 1WA to be within the approved acreage of the PDD, assuming, oh, excuse me, I apologize. The application shows 30.3 acres. However, you know, per my staff report, there are some discrepancies here that I'll speak to later. Planning area 2W in their application is proposed at 35.2 acres, which is 1.4 acres above the approved amount for the 2005 PDD.
2W is.
2W is 1.4 acres above. Yeah. Something else that I want to speak to, because I did receive some public comment with regards to this, is the location of these planning areas. So I do want to note that in the 2005 Grand Park PDD, it states that planning area character descriptions are a guide and may change based on market conditions and other factors. So, it's recognized that let me just go back to this image. These planning area bubbles here, they have a degree of flexibility associated with their actual location, owing to that note in the 2005 PDD. I would say there's flexibility to a degree. I will say, though, that the location of 1WA and 2W in this application, it is clear and obvious that they do differ from the locations depicted in the 2005 PDD. But, town staff's interpretation is that these are generally consistent with the planning area descriptions and could be allowed. I think the key thing is that the actual number of acres associated in these planning areas not exceed the approved acreages in the 2005 PDD. So just to describe the planning area character descriptions for these relevant planning areas, for 1WA, it says that it wraps the south end of Cousins Meadow between US 40 and Old Victory Road. I do think it's clear, if I could get the laser pointer here. This piece right here is proposed as part of 1WA. It's called 1WA.4. I mean, it's clearly, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Which piece is your cursor? What are you talking about?
Well, where the red dot is,
Oh,
yeah,
oh, there you go.
just
Yeah,
above where it
there
says
we go.
Kings Crossing.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's clear that is it's within the 1WB bubble, per the Grand Park PDD. And it also is not between US 40 and Old Victory Road. So it does deviate, frankly, from the planning area character description. Again, staff's interpretation of this specific example is that it could be allowed. Another way where this deviates is with this area up here. This is proposed as planning area 1WA.5, and it's clearly in planning area 2W.
What's the height on that piece? A 75-foot height also?
In this proposal, that specific planning area 1WA.5 is proposed to be 55 feet in height, if I recall. I'll get to that later, but
Thank you.
yeah, no, you're good. But again, I think in thinking of some of the constraints placed upon locating development within the areas shown on the 2005 PDD, one of them is just frankly the location of Grand Park Drive as it was actually constructed. So following the laser pointer, this is where Grand Park Drive was originally proposed to go. It instead of being on the north side of Leland Creek, it was instead constructed on the south side. And Grand Park Drive cuts directly through part of the 1WA planning area bubble. There's also some areas of planning area 1WA that overlap with the Leland Creek floodplain, specifically right in here. It's kind of a narrow sliver, but I think it's roughly an acre. So I'm just speaking to ways that, even if the applicant wanted to build exactly where this bubble is shown, it would be kind of difficult to do so as it stands today. I think where the largest discrepancy lies against the planning area character descriptions is with regards to what's proposed as 2W.3.
Blue area.
The blue area, yes. So, when you overlay that with the 2005 plan for Grand Park, it really doesn't overlap any planning area. It barely touches part of 1WA. Really, this area was where Grand Park Drive was originally planned to go. But most of this 2W.3 is on top of 23W, located on the 2005 PDD of Grand Park. So, I think that could be one area that certainly, the Planning Commission's interpretation is that it deviates, too far from the planning area character description. I do know that I've received comments that visually, it simply just appears that the total area of planning area 2W include the approved areas of the Willows and over here on top of this piece. Visually, it looks like significantly more than 33.8 acres, but I do want to stress that, I checked against the previous plats and FPDPs for the Willows and Alpenglow, and combining those with what's proposed here with 2W.3, the discrepancy really is at 1.4 acres, approximately, plus or minus maybe like 1/10 of an acre, but it's pretty much dead on. So again, that 1.4 acres here is not in line with the 2005 PDD for Grand Park, certainly. But I do think generally this location, in my opinion, as the town planner, it could be acceptable, given some of the other changes that have occurred with regards to the location of Grand Park Drive and other things on the PDD. Are there any questions or discussion about this?
So 23W, that was our designated open space. And is it still designated as open space? And I know those boundaries have been malleable, which is our challenge.
So in speaking to the boundaries of 23W, they're malleable in the sense that it exists wherever a developable planning area does not exist. That's probably the easiest way to put it. So, for example, I think it's planning area 3WC is the meadows at Grand Park, Hay Meadow Drive, just off of Old Victory Road, kind of to the north west of all this. The boundaries of that didn't exactly match up with the shape of the bubble on the 2005 Grand Park PDD, but I think it was made slightly longer east-west and slightly narrower north-south, if that makes sense. But my recollection is that the total acreage in that planning area is at or below the approved acreage in the 2005 PDD for Grand Park. Does that answer that piece of the question about the boundaries being malleable? Maybe if I pull up a different image.
So the open space acreage is less than what was on the PDD? Or are you talking open space or just, I'm not clear.
Sorry, I was just speaking to the boundaries of 23W
Okay, gotcha.
itself, because again, 23W exists wherever one of these other planning areas does not exist. I
Okay.
think that's the simplest way to put it.
Okay.
So like here, 1WA is identified as the area within this bubble. Stuff not within this bubble is 23W, including the roads identified on this PDD.
That's the 2005.
This is the 2005 Grand Park PDD. Yes.
Showing us before was the proposal.
And this is what's
What's in red there is where it deviates from the 2005.
Well, what's in red and what's in blue is the proposal. The areas where it deviates, I would say, is here, here, and here. Those are the key areas. I would also note there are some areas that are within the 1WA bubble, like namely this right here, that are not being developed at all, right? And part of the reason why is because that's the Leland Creek floodplain right here. And then there's wetlands all through here, which, would be a pain to develop on. I think another thing I would speak to with regards to, and I'll actually stop sharing this presentation for a moment here. And I'll pull up, you all have printed out the 2005, two relevant pages from the 2005 Grand Park PDD. I'm just going to pull them up on the screen for those online and in the room. If you just give me a second. All right, so this is sheet 3 of the land use and development notes from the 2005 Grand Park PDD. Commissioner Souls, I believe you asked about the land use in 23W. The applicant does like to say that it is identified as facilities, and that is true per this table. The only other planning area that is also identified as facilities within area 6W. 6W, if we go over to the table, is this right here.
I'm sorry,
And
you said facilities in 23W?
facilities is the identified land use per this table.
Okay.
Now, what does facilities mean? Based on my research, it's not defined anywhere in this PDD nor the 2003 annexation agreement, which is fine. But there is another planning area that is also designated as facilities. It's planning area 6W. Planning area 6W is located here. This is the site that has been dedicated to the town of Fraser and identified for a future public works facility. Storage of vehicles and equipment, materials, etc. I do also want to note what is not included in planning area 23W. This table shows approved residential lodging and commercial uses in each planning area. Planning area 23W has nothing associated with regards to any of those uses. So therefore, facilities does not include residential units, lodging or hotel units, or commercial square footage.
So where does the word facilities appear with 23W? I'm looking at your first sheet, and 23W doesn't say anything.
Down at the bottom.
It's in the table.
Down at the bottom.
Development standards.
Oh, facilities
Yeah,
there. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I will get back to this sheet though, but I just want to emphasize that it is clear to me that facilities does not include residential lodging or commercial. And again, this is also consistent with the other planning area identified as facilities, planning area 6W. It has no residential lodging. And under commercial, there's not a square footage. It just says public site. So again, recognizing that this is meant to accommodate a future public works facility for the town of a square footage to be determined, I guess. Going back to this sheet, the planning area character notes, planning area 23W. It says it includes approximately 461.8 acres of open space and developments, including the planned golf course, Cousins Meadow, Elk Creek Meadow, and Leland Creek. So development is an interesting word here. What does that mean? Well, it does not encompass residential, lodging, or commercial uses. That much is clear. I think, a golf course itself, that is considered development in my eyes. It is a type of developed open space. There are certainly uses, structures, buildings, etc., that could be built kind of ancillary to a golf course, clubhouse, maintenance buildings, etc. Those may potentially be covered under this development. I would argue that a golf course clubhouse would be commercial square footage, but again, I don't want to dive into that because that's not really part of this proposal. One other thing I want to note with regard to these planning area notes. Planning area 1WA talks about how it wraps the south end of Cousins Meadow. It further goes on to say The Cousins Meadow will remain as open space and a recreation amenity. So open space and recreation. Kind of broad here, but these are some of the evidence, I guess, we can look at to help us define what is allowed in 23W. Broadly speaking, I would say it is an open space planning area. Particularly 23W as it exists in Cousins Meadow. No golf course holes are identified here. So I would lean heavier on the open space as compared to the recreation use there. Does that answer some of your questions, Commissioner
Yes,
Sauls? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to where I was.
Took down a long detour there. so-
No, no, it's a great detour to
Yeah.
go down.
Their current proposal,
Mhm.
which if you back up one, it shows, has the blue and red, that one.
Mhm.
Okay, so. UW3.
Are there any further questions on this slide or, the planning area acreages? So again, just to reiterate, their application shows 30.3 acres in 1WA. My review shows that to be slightly off. Their application also shows an increase in planning area 2W. Are there any questions or discussion on the locations?
And this will have a legal opinion on a little bit later too, so.
Sure, yeah. So now I want to just drill into, the reasons for denial that were listed in Planning Commission Resolution 2024-0503 that was passed back in the May 22nd Planning Commission meeting. The first one had to deal, broadly speaking, with the acreage of planning area 1WA. If you recall, I believe the acreage in 1WA in that application was 4.9 acres above 30.3. So our comment was that it needed to be reduced essentially. And this item is partially resolved. So I just want to point out where those discrepancies occur. First, the acreage of lot 6, as identified on the FPDP, does not match the boundaries shown on the FPDP. And it also doesn't match the boundaries as shown on the original plat for that property, which is the Village at Grand Park Filing 1 General Store plat. I will note that that discrepancy is likely due to the right-of-way associated with the streets adjacent to that lot likely being counted in that right-of-way row at the bottom. But the FPDP that was submitted is just a little confusing with this regard and not, readily clear where the acreage is exactly coming from with regards to this lot specifically. Another thing that was identified is the lot 10, 11A, and 11B, as far as I can tell, have not been platted. The acreage that is listed here comes from a phasing plan plat, which did not create these lots themselves. That is readily apparent from other lots on that phasing plan subsequently having plats filed for them that formally created those lots. So, I will say these are the Market Street building lots. Broadly speaking, this is not a huge concern. I just ask that these lots be platted with this proposal. And that
Sure, I'm sorry, on this table, I don't see lot 6 or 10 or 11, is that?
So going back, lot 6 is the very top highlighted row.
Okay, oh,
And then
gotcha.
the blue highlights are now what I was just referring to. I should have mentioned
They're
other.
also filing 2, gotcha, okay,
Filing to
Yeah.
lot 10, 11A, 11B.
gotcha.
So again, I think the discrepancy here is likely that some of the acreage associated with Market Street, the right of way for these is being counted in that right of way row at the bottom in that 2.9 acres. But again, it's not totally clear in the FPDP that was submitted. So I think just clarifying and cleaning that up. Last one was with these lots in red, lot 4A as well as 14, 15, 16. This is frankly just a rounding error between the plat that was submitted and the FPDP that was submitted. The acreage discrepancy results in an undercount of roughly 1/4 of an acre on the FPDP. And I can dive into this more. The attachment 5 in the packet is a detailed kind of tabulation of everything in 1WA.
So if that got remedied, this reason for denial would go away. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think there are just some inconsistencies between the acreage reported on the FPDP and the acreage that's shown on both the plat that was included with this application, as well as previously approved plats that date back to the early 2000s in this area. And the acreage discrepancy is that in reality, I believe planning area 1WA is approximately 31 acres, not 30.3. But I think this is a fairly simple remedy, all things considered.
Get into
Yeah.
that, maybe we
Yeah.
just not get into too much.
Okay, yeah. I think there are ways to fix this. Reason for denial 2 from that May Planning Commission meeting had to deal with the height of buildings in planning area 1WA. So as a reminder, planning area 1WA is the only planning area in Grand Park where the maximum height is tied to specific geographical areas on the 2005 PDD, as shown on the image to the left, right? So there's certain areas of 1WA that have 55 feet maximum height and certain areas that have 75 feet maximum height. And this has further been kind of corroborated, if you will, from note 3 that's present on the final plan for the village at Grand Park that was approved back in 2008. It clearly says building height shall not exceed 55 or 75 feet as delineated on the Grand Park PDD. So I know we talked about this in May, but I just want to refresh everyone that the PDD and those geographic areas are really what dictate the height in 1WA. And, you know, when I looked and shared with you all the approved heights in that 2008 plan for the village of Grand Park, you know, broadly speaking, they were more or less consistent with what was shown on the 2005 PDD. I think there are some areas that kind of differ. One is that I think the intention of this line here, the kind of dash line between 55 and 75, was to be roughly where Market Street is located, such that buildings between Market Street and Highway 40 have a max height of 55. Buildings to the west of, say, Market Street have a height of 75. That really wasn't the case in the 2008 plan. This building here, as well as this one, had a height of 55 instead of 75, and they are to the west of Market Street. This building here also had a height of 55, and I think this is an area clearly identified to be 75 feet in height down here. So, you know, there's some discrepancies, but I wouldn't say they're that extreme. I think the reason why this comment was provided in the most recent submittal is for all of the new lots that were proposed. Either they didn't propose heights specifically, or they proposed heights that weren't consistent with the 2005 PDD.
So to review though, the application asked for 75 feet in the large blue area that's largely in the open space.
Right. So, so this shows the heights that are proposed in this application, with red being 55 and blue being 75. And to compare this is now overlaying with the 2005 Grand Park PDD. So let's focus in on 1WA first, and then I'll talk about this area up here. In 1WA, the areas in blue are 75 feet, and they're largely, I would say, consistent with the heights on the 2005 plan, right? I mean, they do come up into here in this area identified as 55. In my opinion, I don't think that's a huge issue, frankly. There's a small sliver of this building here that goes into the 55. That's really splitting hairs. In general, you have, buildings 55 feet in height closer to Highway 40, taller buildings located further away. And again, I also want to note that the medical center down here, maximum height of 55, but it's clearly in an area that I would say is approved to go up to 75 when looking at the 2005 plan for Grand Park. So there's a bit of give and take, but I would say it's largely consistent.
And the large bubble to the left at the upper corner there that's along the railroad tracks, that's 75, right?
Correct. So this bubble here is for planning area 2W,
That's 75,
and it's 75 feet no matter where it's located.
up against the railroad tracks and up against the hill behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
So the application is proposing that this area here in blue be part of 2W and therefore have a maximum height of 75 feet. So town staff believes this is consistent so long as you believe that the location of this being called 2W is acceptable, right? Because it's in 2W, it is allowed for 75 feet, even though it is located outside of the bubble for 2W. Again, the planning commission can make a different determination than I do on the location, but again, I go more off the total number of acres in a planning area with some degree of flexibility on the location. A couple other things I just want to speak to with regards to height before we move on. This parcel down here, I mentioned how really it's in an area identified as planning area 1WB. However, this application proposes it to be in 1WA. It's also proposing it to have a height of 55 feet, but 1WB has a maximum height of 45 feet. So this is another area where if you believe that this should not be located here because it should be part of 1WB, then you should also determine that it should not have a maximum height of 55 feet. It should have a maximum height of 45 feet. Is that making sense? Okay. Another area where there's a slight discrepancy, this parcel, which is part of 1WA, but it's located in the bubble of 2W. However, because it's in 1WA, the applicant has identified it as a 55-foot height, whereas if it was located in 2W and in this location, it can and should be allowed to go up to 75 feet in height. And in fact, on their previous submittal, this parcel was identified as part of planning area 2W. It is now part of 1WA. So again, there are some inconsistencies. My determination is that they're consistent enough to likely be acceptable, in my opinion. The reason for denial number 3 was dealing with acreage associated with roadways. So proposed roadway locations on the 2005 PDD, such as Grand Park Drive here or Old Victory Road, these are essentially identified as part of planning area 23W. So long as, I would say, they are built to the standard identified in the roadway master plan that is part of the 2005 Grand Park PDD. So both Grand Park Drive and Old Victory Road were identified as arterial facilities with 80 feet of right-of-way dedicated. And that 80 feet of right-of-way for Grand Park Drive or Old Victory Road should not count towards any planning area acreage. Staff's initial determination was that the 60 feet of right-of-way that was being provided for American Willow should be counted towards a planning area, but I will speak to that more in a bit. The FPDP included with the application, however, shows 80 feet of right-of-way on Grand Park Drive between Main Street and Highway 40 through here. That just simply doesn't exist currently, and it's also not proposed with the plat that was submitted. Grand Park Drive, and I can go to an aerial image if it's helpful. This is where it narrows down and there's some diagonal on-street parking in between Main and Market Street. And then there's kind of curb bump out areas on either side of Grand Park Drive in between Market and Highway 40. And with the development that's proposed in this application, it's not likely that 80 feet of right of way could be dedicated here. Which staff is broadly okay with, but then this area should be counted in 1WA. It's currently, the FPDP that's submitted, it appears that it's not counted as part of that planning area acreage.
Where is it counted?
I believe it's accounted for as 23W currently, or not part of 1WA.
Okay.
It's
That's
not,
an existing road, right?
Yes.
And so it should have been 80 feet, but it's not. And because there's buildings on both sides, can't really make it 80 feet, no?
well, I would say the way it's constructed is consistent with the 2008 final plan for the village at Grand Park.
Okay.
But now, again, circumstances have kind of changed. That plan from 2008 didn't necessarily show, well, it was originally identified as First Street in that plan. And my recollection is that it stopped either at Main Street or just slightly north of it, or slightly to the west of it. But ultimately, Grand Park Drive was connected to that road, or it was renamed Grand Park Drive and extended to Old Victory Road. So this kind of relates to the 1WA acreage issue that I identified. Something else that I'll speak to, in the applicant's response letter, they provided this exhibit. The image on the left is essentially the 2005 PDD for Grand Park, with some additional things overlaying, such as the floodplain, the existing location of, this is the existing location of Grand Park Drive. But what this line here is, that is Grand Park Drive as depicted on the 2005 plan, approximately. And the applicant has stated that the area associated with the right-of-way for this road between Old Victory Road and Highway 40 is roughly 3 acres. Based on my check of it, that's true. It's approximately 3 acres. Now, what the applicant is showing is that the area of right-of-way associated for Grand Park Drive from Old Victory Road to Highway 40, as well as American Willow Drive, the planned extension included in this application, the area of those right-of-ways combined is approximately 3 acres, and therefore it is equal to the 2005 PDD and should be counted in 23W as such. Broadly speaking, this is acceptable. I think it's okay for an east-west collector road, such as American Willow, to be included in 23W, for example, and not count towards planning area 2W or 1WA, so long as the total acreage does not exceed 3 acres. My only concern is with Grand Park Drive between Main Street and 40. That should not be counted in this 3 acres in the image on the right, because again, 80 feet of right of way does not exist here. It's not even really an arterial facility for this small section, I would argue, given the narrower width and on-street parking. Now, that being said, this logic, frankly, does open up the door with Alpenglow. Alpenglow was approved back in November of last year, and in the application, it included American Willow Drive within Alpenglow, all as part of planning area 2W. And that's shown in this table here. That includes 1.5 acres of right-of-way, primarily for American Willow, but I think a small piece of Mountain Willow Drive, included in the 16.8 acres of Alpenglow planning area 2W.2. So this was not included in 23W, which is consistent with the 2005 Grand Park PDD. But again, if in making this argument, you could also say, well, why not include additional parts of American Willow Drive, why not remove them from 2W? And I think that logic broadly holds, so long as the total acreage of right of way does not exceed 3 acres. Is this making sense to everyone or not really? Okay. Okay, so I'll just move on. The last reason for denial had to just simply deal with amending planning areas 1WA.1 and .2. Again, broadly speaking, this is resolved in this application. The FPDP that was submitted is formally amending these planning areas as they were approved in 2008. Again, if you go back to the previous slide, it was those lots in blue that I highlighted. Again, staff has no concerns with this reason for denial. Lastly, the one additional area of concern that was identified in this application is with regards to the acreage of planning area 2W. As previously mentioned and identified in both my review and the legal review memo that are included in the packet, planning area 2W is 1.4 acres above the approved amount. All the development on the south side of American Willow in this application is proposed as part of 2W. And I just want to compare kind of this area between what we saw back in May versus the current submittal. These two lots here, closer to the rec center, they decreased in acreage. This is because this boundary here was tightened up such that the boundary doesn't go into wetland areas. It really hugs these are sidewalks here in the red line, if you can tell. So it reduced the acreages of those two lots. However, when you look at the lot line closer to Alpenglow, the May 22nd application had that lot line closer to the sidewalks and the buildings, but in this current application, it pushed it back out, including some wetland areas and going right up to the boundary of Alpenglow. So this resulted in these lots on net being about 1/10 of an acre larger. But frankly, I'm not sure what the purpose of this is. And if the applicant simply redrew these lot lines to match what was provided in their previous submittal, that would shave off 1/2 an acre, 6/10 of an acre out of planning area 2W and would have no impact to what they propose to develop on these lots. So that gets them, part of the way there on that 1.4 acres in 2W. And anyways, so any questions on this?
So I'm still kind of a little confused about the change in the boundary there. So it would allow 75 foot on like lot 21 and lot 19. Is that correct?
In their current proposal, all of these lots shown on the image to the right are proposed to be part of planning area 2W.
So if we don't want 55 feet or 75 feet in that section, then what planning zone would it be in?
Well, I think we could consider this to be part of 1WA. Let me just back up to a different image here.
That's where I get.
So just looking at where this is located, certainly this eastern side is closer to 1WA than it's closer to 2W.
This is the convoluted discussion that takes place though when we take what was envisioned to be open space and plan a development in the middle of it. Is it closer to the development that's 55 feet or closer to the development that's 75 feet? In fact, it's out in the middle of the open space. So that's what makes it so confusing. And that's kind of what comes back to hopefully a little more illumination of legal questions here too. So.
Yeah, so again, just to reiterate, if the planning commission and the board finds that this location in blue is a consistent and acceptable location for planning area 2W, then kind of by virtue of the maximum height allowed in 2W, then buildings should be allowed to go as tall as 75 feet. you can certainly make the argument that 2W does not belong in this location. That is a 100% valid conclusion to make because it is clearly not, frankly, even close to the planning area bubble for 2W. Okay. So all this to say, really, we're talking about plus or minus 3 acres in these planning areas, as well as the locations that they're proposed. Recognizing that there is some degree of flexibility on where planning areas are located, I think there's a high degree of interpretation allowed for that. But the way I see it could certainly be different than the way the planning commission or board members see it. So really the firm thing from staff's analysis is the planning area acreages. They are above what is approved per the 2005 PDD by roughly 3 acres on net between 1WA and 2W.
And does that include the roads or not?
That number,
That 3 acres above?
the 3 acres above, if I could go. That 3 acre figure also assumes that this green portion, the American Willow extension, is counted as 23W, not as 1WA or 2W. Again, 2 different ways to look at it. In previously approved FPDPs for Alpenglow, the same facility, a 60-foot collector road, American Willow Drive, that on those plans was proposed to extend out to Highway 40, was included in planning area 2W. It was not excluded from planning area 2W. However, going back to sorry, lots of animation. Going back to this comparison exhibit, if the planning commission and board find it acceptable that so long as the total acreage of major roadways connecting Highway 40 to Old Victory Road, major roadways being a collector or arterial with 60 feet of right-of-way or 80 feet of right-of-way, so long as the area of those roads is equal or less than to 3 acres, then we could do the same thing, but just split it between 2 different roadway facilities, a part of Grand Park Drive and part of American Willow.
But they're 3 acres over, then does not include that because that road is considered 23W now.
Correct. So if the planning commission and board do not want to make this assumption and include American Willow Drive as part of 23W, that's an additional 1.1 acres that they're over. So a total of 4 acres.
Okay.
So because of all this, ultimately staff did not make a firm recommendation for the planning commission either way and simply presented you all with 4 options. If you feel that the ways in which this application deviates from the, annexation agreement and PDD for Grand Park are, minor enough to be accommodated through conditions of approval, then this application could be approved. And what I mean by approval is approval of the preliminary plat and recommendation of approval for the FPDP. And again, with conditions. Another option is to simply continue the public hearing and allow the applicant to address these things that have, been identified. The one drawback with this option 2 is that a continuance is limited to a period not to exceed 30 days unless a longer period is requested by the applicant. Our next planning commission meeting in August is 35 days or 5 weeks from today. So technically, again, if the planning commission pursues continuance and if a longer period is not requested or agreed to, we would need to hold a special meeting of the planning commission before August 28th and essentially continue it again, likely. Option 3 is to defer the final decision on the preliminary plat to the Board of Trustees. This would also allow the applicant to modify their plans to address these concerns. And option 4 is to deny the application similar to what was done back in May. Again, I think the reasons for denial on this application are certainly less significant than they were back in May, but they still do exist, and they are applicable and valid reasons that could warrant denial if the planning commission so chooses. So that concludes my presentation.
I want to talk a little bit of history. It's just so happens that Sherry Sanders and Christy Clayton are in town, and Sherry was on the board during this period of time during these annexation agreements. And all of us that were around back then remember this meadow. And Sherry also related a pretty funny story. The town board met in the late 90s, and they had enough money to either pave the streets or buy the meadow. And I was living in this dusty old town in those days, and remember, Katie, how many dust rags did we go through all the time trying to keep the traffic and all the dust from coming in our houses? And being Fraser folks, they decided to pave the streets. So this was sold, this is private property out here, but I think that the spirit of this annexation agreement was to preserve a meadow that used to be a lot more well-defined. It's hard to see where that meadow is now. The meadow is still there, but what defined it's not. And what defined the meadow was the trees, were all the trees on the west side and the north and west side of the meadow along the railroad tracks. And the lines that they drew here were the tree lines. And their vision was that the developments would go in the trees. Well, the density called for didn't really leave any space for trees. And so the trees rapidly disappeared, but the meadow is still there. And that's kind of the reason for this long tongue that goes up towards behind the rec center there. That if memory serves me correctly, and it does when I think of the photographs in my mind, it was a beautiful end of the meadow. You come into Winter Park early in the morning, and the fog would be hanging up there, and those willows that kind of were just embraced by the trees that started the area of the town of Winter Park, and that's what they were trying to preserve. And that's why they drew these lines. So I agree. There's latitude. There's reasons to move the lines around. There's reasons that things don't make sense. The Leland Creek floodplain wasn't well defined. But I don't think there's any reason to plop a group of 75-foot buildings right smack dab in the middle of what was outlined in a bubble of 23W. And I think that has to do with the legal opinion that our town attorney has written, that when we come to these type of fundamental decisions about moving lines around, it's similar to what zoning is. And that's kind of what my interpretation, but I wonder if Kent might weigh in a little bit here.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner. So, kind of the starting point is the 2005 PDD. And I am of the same opinion as you that those bubbles were placed for an intended purpose, and that was to protect an open area, the Cousins Meadow open area. Now, certainly over time, it has been platted in the development bubbles around the meadow. And none of those final plats have looked like the development bubble. You have to, a final plat goes in and out of 23W. So part of the development bubble gets contributed back to 23W. Part of it gets gobbled up when you have that final configuration. But at the end of the day, you have the same acreage as what was contemplated. So it's a net wash either way. What is being presented here, and so I guess my point is there's discretion here on your part, on the board's part, on what those configurations look like and where they're ultimately exactly located. But I think your guiding principle is that they need to follow the intent of that 2005 PDD as much as possible. And it's not going to look exactly like the 2005 PDD, but you need to follow the intent. Where you cross over and it becomes a whole new question is when you start increasing acreage because you're pouring in density, and you have to increase acreage to accommodate that density. Now, certainly the applicant has the right to do density transfers. That's an absolute right. But if they can't fit it in with the approved acreage, then the annexation agreement is clear that if you expand out beyond what's approved, and in this case, you're expanding out into 23W,
And 23W has a certain zoning. It's open space and recreation. If you expand into that and start gobbling it up, that is a change in use. And the annexation agreement is clear that when you have a change of use, you have to go through a major PDD amendment, which means you got to throw it out to the public, got to have public hearings. Everybody's got to agree, yep, that's the path we want to go now. But that's the process that's being skipped over here and needs to be done. So it's not a hard stop for the applicant. I mean, they could get this done, but they are going to have to get a major PDD amendment approved.
So Kent, the word facilities keeps cropping up here. 23W allows facilities. Any idea what was intended by that word, or?
No, like Garrett, I think all you can do is just logically deduce by how the other planning areas are described for their uses and subtract out that from 23W as not being applicable because it's not expressly included, if that makes sense.
Right, the lodging and the actual buildings. I mean, facilities, yeah. It's an odd word. It just doesn't seem
Yeah. And just to echo everything that Garrett said, I completely agree with his analysis.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So are you saying that if the applicant went back and the 4-acre discrepancy that we're talking about, 3, whatever it is, eliminated that, then that would resolve the issue? Or is it the fact that the bubble is not in the location, it's in the, what was perceived to be or expected to be open
Yeah.
space? Which is it?
So I think that if the acreage was brought back to the approved acreage amount, that would resolve one issue. Then we'd be consistent with the 2005 PDD. But you'd still have the issue of, are we following the intent of the 2005 PDD drafters or creators? And so that is where your discretion and the board's discretion would probably come into play, because with every approval around that meadow, those ultimate plats, have not looked exactly like and been located exactly where those bubbles are.
But they've largely followed.
But they've largely followed it.
This is the first time that I know of that we're looking at a plat that's almost completely in a different bubble. And it's in a bubble that's open space. It's not just a different development bubble. And that's why this question of building height is so confusing, because again, I believe the 75-foot was designed to be down in the central core area, down at the far end of the meadow towards Winter Park, and largely along the railroad tracks where there is a hillside behind. It wasn't designed to be out in the middle of the meadow and so visually prominent as these buildings would be. So, but I think overall, it's the applicant's looking for a complete change of this large area of 23W. And if they want to do that, then I think we ought to be going through the process of seeing if the community's ready to take that direction.
And not knowing not being involved in a lawsuit. Is this what the lawsuit is basically addressing?
No.
Okay, then I won't go there. I was just
No,
curious.
don't be concerned about that. Make your decision based on what you've heard tonight.
Okay.
Is there an instance where the special use of a golf course would not be considered commercial?
The golf course was drawn into the plan from the very beginning.
Right,
It
as
was envisioned
an
as use
open
of the open
space.
space, yeah.
Right, okay.
But there's no buildings anywhere in the columns that. The columns on that first sheet was what he was referring to, or the second sheet actually, where 23W is defined as not, I'm sorry, where does it again go? That's the.
This sheet shows that 23W has no.
Yes, yeah, 23W on the sheet shows that there's no approved residential units, no residential units, no lodging units, there's no buildings that are listed here that are allowed in the 23W. So But again, all the initial plats, and you can see it here, the golf course is in large parts of the open space of the project, so.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that for me.
And the question of a clubhouse, like you say, that'd be a tough one, but it's not here, so.
Right, that's not really here nor there for today,
Yeah.
but yes.
So.
When I
more-
look at these, like I do a process of elimination. I do think that it is great that the Grand Park staff has been trying to make a compromise and change things to create, some agreement with all these complicated things with this particular project. So the continuance, we had issue with that in the past. That's out for me to deny it because there has been compromise and this, I do appreciate there being a bridge built here because together we stand, divided we fall. So there are two choices left. There's still some ambiguity of approving it, even with the conditions, dealing with the acreage and the heights and the timing. And so process of elimination for me is to veer toward deferring it to the Board of Trustees for the final decision for the deed.
I agree with you. Do you need to hear
FPDP.
from our
Yeah, but
applicant
let's
or
hear, we
everybody
need to hear, we
Yeah.
should hear from
But
the
yeah, but
applicant
thank
and from
you.
the public as well, so.
Yeah.
So if we could hear a presentation from the applicant, please.
Good evening. Technology. I think I have, okay. All right. So I'm gonna start quickly before I do my presentation. Name, please. Oh, excuse me, of course. Layla Rosales with Teresina Design. Thank you so much for us looking at our application this evening. And as Joy said, we've obviously been working to make revisions and updates and changes based on comments from both staff and from you all. First thing I want to address really quickly is the question that Joy just brought up and that Andy spoke about as it relates to the facilities of 23W and buildings. And what I really want to highlight here is, your question, not relevant, but not clubhouse or other things, is that if you actually look on this chart on 23W where it says facilities, it actually does have a 50-foot building height and 15 and 10-foot setbacks associated with 23W. So there was some contemplation of some structures somewhere being put in 23W. When you speak about intent, as Kent was talking about for intent, again, not necessarily relevant to our conversation today, but kind of wanted to clear that up for the record, because I do think the intent was for some type of structure to be allowed in some way. So with that, I will, okay.
All right. So I'm going to kind of walk through this slowly again. I know Garrett went through a lot of this, but I kind of want to reiterate. And a lot of what Garrett said, you know, is accurate. And there's a couple things that I kind of want to clarify or give my 2 bits on for what that's worth. So the PDDP has the following entitlements. It, you know, as Garrett said, planning area 1WA has approximate acres. I want to be sure that that word is clear because that does show up in the PDDP with the word approximate of 30.3 for 1WA and 2W at 33.8 and residential at 230 for 1WA and 250 for 2W, lodging at 300 for 1WA, 2W 278, and commercial square footage of 140 1WA and 30,000 for 2W. So again, has already been said, but I'll reiterate one more time, section 4.2 is Kent and Garrett already kind of mentioned, is that densities may be transferred between planning areas up to 30% of the receiving planning area. I don't think there's any argument with that as it relates to. So what does that mean? So what that means is that 1WA can have up to 299 and 1WA can have, residential units, 390 lodging units and 182,000 square feet of commercial. And 2W could have a total of 325 residential units, 361 lodging units and 39,000 commercial square feet. So tonight, what's the plan that is in front of you that we're requesting a motion on? So what we're asking for is 1WA at 30.3 acres, and I will go into that in detail here in a bit on Garrett's assessment there. Attached units at 245, which is a 6.5% transfer. Lodging units, no transfer there for 1WA, so we're within the numbers that are in the initial chart. And commercial square footage of 165, just over 165,000, which is an 18% increase. For 2W, as Garrett, 35.2 for total acres. So there is a 1.4 acre Garrett increase there, but I'll speak to that here in a moment as well. Residential units of 259, but note here 3 says that's actually already approved as part of the existing Alpenglow FPDP. So that really isn't relevant to necessarily this conversation, but and then lodging units at 300, so that's 8% transfer. And then the commercial square footage for 2W is actually reduced. It's 30,000 what's permitted, and we're only showing 10. So, you know, what that leaves on the table, I'll say, for lack of a better term, are 54 attached unit, 54 residential units in 1WA and 66 in 2W, 140 lodging units in 1WA and 61 in 2W, and then a little over 16,000 square feet of commercial in 1WA and 29,000 in 2W. So when I say left on the table, that's kind of the difference between the 130% max and what we're proposing in tonight's application. So with that, section 4.3, which I know has already been brought up as well, speaks to the boundaries of the planning areas, how they can be adjusted from time to time, and that the residential units or commercial square footage shall be the controlling factor, and the designated acreage or density will be adjusted from that constant. So again, going back to the acreages here. Okay. All right. So a couple of things I want to speak to as it relates to the acreages and what we're talking about tonight. You know, as you're well aware, there are development standards and things that we need to address as part of being able to develop, including open space, parking, roadways, building footprints, walks, all those things that are all kind of required as part of being able to develop anything that we want to build here. So what this is really kind of starting to show you here is in 1WA, the land use, kind of the approximate acreages for all of these kind of components. And the building footprints, as an example, is about 14% of this, and parking drives are 12. Right away is another 9. So it kind of gives you an idea of kind of how this area is kind of come to. We don't, we're trying to keep this as condensed as we can, but there are some criteria by which we have to meet. And 2W as well, building footprints, 24% of that, with parking and surface drives being 26 and landscape area. So I just kind of want to show you kind of how this is all broken down. So so what this is, and it's a little bit hard to see, but this speaks to kind of our building data. And when I say that, I kind of took the building footprints, added the heights, added the number of stories a building could be, and kind of worked, kind of backwards on number of units per floor and kind of how we came to the areas we came to. And I want to kind of highlight that, the building heights are maximized on 13 of the 19 lots that we're showing here, which means that we have made the building footprints as small as we possibly could, right? Maximize the height, higher the building, the smaller the footprint in order to get the same number of square footage. So 15 out of 19, we kind of maximized that height. The residential units, we're assuming an average of 1,200 square feet, which isn't huge, right? And the residential units also, we're assuming 50% 3-bedroom, 30% 2-bedroom, and 20% 1-bedroom. So a mix that's, relatively standard, but with a 1,200 square foot average, a little bit smaller, right? But I think the thing about this that's probably the most important is the parking provided underground. So if you look at these plans, and especially that, I guess it's the 4th, 5th column over that says basement parking, 11 of the 19 lots actually show underground parking, right? So again, that's land that we're not providing surface parking for, right? And that's probably another plus or minus 4 acres of land that we're actually not developing on and putting underground. And, there isn't, as far as I know, there isn't any below grade parking in the town of Fraser today. So we're doing everything we can to really try and reduce our footprint. And so I just kind of want to highlight that for you. So out of our parking, 40% of those, 488, are underground. 22% of those, 263, are on street. So again, if it's on street, that means that the road is acting as the parking lot drive aisle. So you're not duplicating roads and drive aisles. And so the more of that you can do, again, you're reducing that footprint of asphalt and developed area. Open space, again, open space required here is 10%. And really what I'm trying to kind of demonstrate here are all of the reasons why we got to the site plan that you're looking at today, right? It's not because we want to, take over as much land as we can. We're really trying to condense that footprint as much as we can. So open space, we're showing the 10% here and how we're accommodating that as part of this application. Landscape area, same thing. Required landscape area is 15% of a lot. So that's required as part of the application or part of the site planning that we do. Sidewalks. You have a minimum of 8 feet on each side of the street within any commercial zoned planning areas and PDDs. So sidewalks, 8 feet. Again, all of this kind of continues to build on the acreage associated with what it is that we're looking at tonight. Snow storage as well. So, 1/3 of any square footage of any parking, driveway, walkway. So, accommodating snow storage. So what does that all mean? I mean, what are we really getting to tonight? So I'm going to kind of go through again. These are kind of the same reasons for denial that Garrett went through this evening. I do want to clarify that, and I triple checked this after I saw Garrett's note. The area shown in orange, literally, if you take these boundaries of this plan, is 30.3 acres. Okay. The plats and some of the lot areas associated with that are just, it's, as Garrett is well aware, it's convoluted because some stuff was platted, some's right of way, it's not a very clean and consistent way of the existing conditions on how they are. And so trying to, and trust me, my staff and myself have gotten a little bit mad trying to put the puzzle pieces together on all the plats and easements and other stuff that exist out there and have struggled. So with that being said, I thought, let me keep this simple. The area that you see in pink or orange, whatever color you see on the screen, if you literally take the boundaries of all those black lines, is 30.3 acres. Okay. So I, you know, we can get into the nuances of how all that plays out with Garrett at some point, but I just want to make that clear, and I triple checked it. Building heights, we've talked a little bit about this already. You know, Garrett and us were kind of in agreement on how this worked as it relates to 1WA and the blue and the red. And then, you know, I would argue that the area here that's in blue for 2W that I know you guys are having a little bit of consternation about. Again, if you kind of look at it as the 55-foot being that buffer along the highway, that 75-foot is in fact back behind that. So I think it still kind of meets the overall intent of what it is that we're talking about as it relates to building heights and those exhibits in the PDD. Open space. This was another reason for denial from May 22nd. I think we've addressed this. We've included all of the rest of 1W into this final plan amendment and have kind of shown how the open space can be accommodated as it relates to the entirety of the 30.3 acres. And finally, our roads. So what I've done here since seeing Garrett's comments as it relates to trying to understand specifically the road, the existing Grand Park Drive that runs up between Highway 40 and Main Street is, you know, I will especially disagree with Garrett's assessment there. I do feel pretty strongly that that is a connection that is vital to kind of, you know, goes into Highway 40. It's got a signal there. I think it meets the intent of, you know, all the traffic will be going through there. It meets the intent of what a collector roadway is. It's not a local. It doesn't go into a specific neighborhood. It goes through the development and up into West Mountain, which is what really the purpose of these larger roadways are. So with that, the 80-foot, he's not incorrect. There's a spot of that, especially between the Market Street buildings and the general store, that 80 feet is certainly not achievable. And that right of way has actually already been given to the town. So you own that right of way. And so with that, you know, I kind of showed this neck down, which is kind of what it is today. And it actually ends up being 2.7 acres of right of way instead of the 3 acres of right of way, because it went from kind of that 8, you know, the exhibit that Garrett showed you had an 80-foot kind of swath in this location. I guess you can't see my mouse. I don't have that cool little dot thing that that Garrett does. But in this location, right in here. So we necked that down, and that was actually about 0.3 acres. So, and again, we're not asking, you know, if you are so choose to, you know, approve this application with conditions, we're not asking to go in and amend Alpenglow. I feel like that's splitting hairs. So we amend Alpenglow to lose 0.7 acres, put 7 acres. At the end of the day, it's the same thing, right? It's the same stuff that's being put on the ground, right? So that definitely felt like splitting hairs to me. And, you know, that would be our proposal as it relates to that. So a lot of questions have been kind of coming up about the development area between the railroad and Highway 40. Okay. And again, as Garrett described, kind of 23W is kind of anything that's not planning area, right? So it's kind of what's left over. And that's where they got the 468.1 acres. So what this shows here is just the planning areas that are between the railroad and Highway 40. And so the PDDP, if you kind of just look at the acreages there, is 35.2 acres. Okay. Oh, sorry, 135.2 acres. If you look at the FPDP that we're proposing today, you're at 129.2. So you're actually a little bit less. Is the truth of the matter. I mean, when you look at at everything in there overall as it relates to what was actually platted and what was final planned, those are the numbers. So I want to be clear that, you know, this proposal tonight is actually 6 acres less development between the railroad and Highway 40. So 2W. So the question is, you know, the 1.4 acres that Garrett mentioned that we are requesting to go a little bit above on 2W. So the reason for that, or kind of the rationale for lack of a better term, is that 2W, as kind of approved with Alpenglow and then the existing homes out there, actually have 8.9 acres of open space in them, and they're all highlighted in the green. Some of it here adjacent to this, you know, 23W area. 23W is also, you can see my mouse. I need that little dot that Garrett has. Yeah, invest in one of those. This area here between the railroad where Old Victory Road is, and then that, you know, the buffer between there, that's all 23W. And so you can kind of see here that there's kind of a lot of areas in green that are directly adjacent to, and they are open space. And these are designated open space in these plans. They're not facilities. They're not open space and development. They're open space. Okay. And so we are actually in excess of about 5.4 acres in 2W of open space. So the ask is that 1.4 acres of that open space be put back into that planning area 2W.3. And that still gives you 4 additional acres of open space that isn't required for the PDD. So that's, you know, so we felt like that was actually worked quite well. I mean, there's actually an additional 4 acres of, again, that in this instance is actually open space, not facilities, not development, not roads. It's open space. So what this shows here, oh, maybe when it catches up. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm going to kind of come close to closing. But what this is this is kind of an illustrative that depicts what it is that we're proposing tonight. I think this really starts to help tell the picture a little bit better than the black and white drawings you were looking at. And, you know, I kind of want to highlight the amount of green that you see on here. It's pretty significant if you look at what the acreages are and what the development looks like. And, you know, I really think that, you know, this is, again, I want to reiterate again that anything you see in green here within these is in fact open space, right? Or landscape area. Landscape area. Be another way to put that. So we do think that this revised final plan addresses all the comments and the reasons for denial made by town staff on May 22nd. We think it represents a conservative development plan of all the allowed densities with 1, 2, 3 bedroom small units. We maximize the vertical height. We did underground parking to limit the horizontal land area. And so in short, we think the plan maximizes the development acreage shown, but and honestly, we still haven't met, you know, I kind of showed you that the density transfers on this are 6%, or 0 in some instances, depending on which particular land use category you're looking at. So before I close, I want to kind of, for the record, I did see in your packet, you kind of included some public comment. I want to reiterate that there are probably 60 to 100 other public comments that have come through on this application over time that were not included in the packets tonight. And so I want to be sure that, you know, you get a fair representation of all of the comments that have come in for this application over the, you know, last, gosh, this is time number 3. Third time's a charm, right? So I just want for the record to be clear that there has been quite a bit of public comment that's been received over time that was not in this packet tonight. I think that's all my notes. Thank you. And he's going to come up and
Hi, everyone. Clark Lipscomb for the record. Layla, thank you for the presentation. Good presentation. And I want to compliment her and her team for working so hard on the plan and trying to work with the town of Fraser staff to fit it into the 2005 PDD. One of the things that I think is not represented very well in a lot of this, and it's really highlighted by the one slide regarding 23W, that we're actually less on development acreage with this and adding all the rest of the final plans together that are done in the area between the railroad and Highway 40 than what's provided for in the PDD, which means 23W is larger in size today than in this submittal that you've seen than what is required in the PDD. Now, one of the things about 2W that I think somewhat gets glossed over is when this PDD was done, the wetland mapping wasn't finished. And part of the flexibility that's built in the PDD is to recognize environmental constraints, market conditions, changing market conditions. I think we've gone to what is a very small unit size today for this market in an effort to try to keep all the buildings very small. And putting parking underneath certainly is a huge step towards shrinking the area that we need to develop this. But pursuant to what the annexation agreement says, I could have made a strong argument for let's do 2,500 square foot units and let's not put any parking under the buildings and have large surface parking lots. And we'd be looking at a whole lot more development acreage and falling into 4.3, because when you add in the floodplain, the wetlands, kind of putting stuff, the only places that we have for it to go. And that's what I want to impress upon everybody. And when this was done, I'm sure Sherry Sanders would attest to this. Economic development was a big deal for the town of Fraser. How do we diversify from being so reliant on the Safeway Center and what was Alco at the time? Now we have Murdoch, so a little bit better, but still, the town is very reliant on Safeway. And this is not only about developing real estate, but it's about economic development for the town and trying to create more sales tax, trying to create places for people to stay, trying to improve the 1.3 day stay that was just presented at the economic development workshop that I attended. Right, that's the average stay of a visitor in Fraser, 1.3 days. Ask yourself why that is. So I think what we've done here is the very, very best case scenario that we can do with very good planners and tightening all of the building footprints up as much as is possible. And then including all of the other requirements to develop a project like this. And this is the area that it requires. So I would just like to impress upon and stress that I think Fraser still needs to diversify its economic development. And I think we need more jobs in our community. And I think we need more places for people to stay, visitors to stay, more lodging. And so I would request that you approve the plan, move us onto the town board, recognizing that there's really nowhere else that we can possibly put these buildings. And the buildings could be larger. If there were somebody else up here, they probably would be larger. But as you guys know, I build a lot of smaller product, and market conditions are changing. So, I'd like to get this finished and move on with it. And that's what this is all about. So thank you again for the time and the consideration.
A question for you, Clark, on your lodging, will there be a hotel? What's
So
the odds of that?
we are under contract with a
Wonderful.
hotelier.
Okay,
They have their flag. I think you like the flag. I can't really talk a lot about it.
Yeah.
I think your town manager possibly knows about it. And we're in talks with another lodging group.
would that be one WA3
That
or?
would be where the very defined building footprints are, and they're on the 6 lots.
Okay,
Which one? It's 2W. It's the 2W piece, with the 75-foot height, that area. And those footprints are their footprints. Those are their building footprints. Those are the only actual specific footprints on this plan. The other ones are generic, typical of what you do when you're developing lots until the buildings go to an architect and they finalize the footprints.
and that's 2W3,
Yeah, it's 300,
the
300,
blue box.
300 lodging units. So 5 60-unit buildings. So
And that's a hotel?
the lodge. So if you notice, the front building is kind of larger.
Mm-hmm.
That's their, call it front of house,
Okay,
portico, entry, where you check in, et cetera. So I visited one of their projects. They're impressive. I don't have it finished yet. And obviously I have to finish this for that to get finished. So a lot of this will not be me building this project, right? This will be selling lots to hoteliers that develop hotels for a living. I don't build hotels for a living.
Mhm.
The medical center is a great example of kind of forward planning and platting and doing phasing. The bowling alley theater, frankly, we got that because I had a plat that was approved in phasing where I could come and sit down and say, hey guys, we have this user. They would like this lot. We're going to record this plat. That's exactly why the medical center is where it is. And so I think it's important to be forward looking. Some of the stuff likely isn't developed for a really, really long time,
Mhm.
right? It's all based on what the market can support and frankly, who wants to invest this kind of money into the town of Fraser? Because it takes an investor to come in and build these, what are very, very expensive projects today.
And the underground parking, Nor Valley 4 with this shallow water table.
It's expensive. We designed buildings 5, 6, and 7 with Oz Architecture in 2009. When we built my building, those are designed. One of them I bought the steel for, and the market crashed. Well, they were designed 07, 08. We were building my building same time the rec center 09, and market crashed, and I ate the steel on the package. I stopped the project. But those are all designed, a lot of engineering involved, under drain systems. They're effectively what we put under the swimming pool for the rec center.
Hmm.
There's a big under drain system under the swimming pool.
Hmm.
And it's not an issue when the swimming pool's full, but when they drain it and clean it once a year, we certainly didn't want it to float out of the ground. So groundwater depths, it depends on really what's going on with our flood irrigation and what we're doing. It's been measured pretty extensively and we know where those depths range, but you still have a safety factor and you can literally float a building out of the ground. So kind of important. You guys will be dealing with it likely on Victoria Village, similar. Well, you're not going below grade, but there will be high groundwater at that location. So it's doable. I guess is my point, it's doable, but it adds a lot of expense. But it also significantly reduces our footprint of hard surface. And frankly, I don't like huge parking lots. And you can see that in all our plans. If you notice, our parking lots are dispersed in and amongst and around and through buildings, and we try to break them up. So large masses of concrete or asphalt are not very appealing to what the environment that we're trying to create. Okay. So that's what we've committed to, and that's what we're gonna try to make happen. Otherwise, you'd be looking at a plan that's 4 acres larger in size with probably some very, very large parking lots, because we can't fit any more on the streets. Yeah.
So Clark, would you be open to connecting American Willow with a parking lot there at the rec center? So that, because the plan now shows that the traffic circle in front of the rec center where the ballot box is would connect with buildings behind it. And I know that connection comes around and has another connection to that parking lot, but it's a convoluted way into the rec center at this point. So
Yeah, I think Andy, the answer is yes. In fact, we retained, an easement over the rec center parking lot area, for, a main roadway connection. I would certainly want to involve the rec center, on that, because frankly, one of the things they're challenged with is kind of speeding traffic past the narrow front entry,
Yeah.
passing through, and they have slow signs, and there's lots of kids, and I would want to be sensitive to that. But, so long as we could logically tie it in, which it's frankly, it's almost tied in with, what would be the front of house, for that lodge project. You can see the big turnaround circle that almost touches.
Lodge project is a building there.
That's, those, there's 5 buildings, and I can't read this, 2W.3.
Oh, okay.
That biggest building with the big loop circle in the front is the main lobby,
Yeah.
entry, building. And yeah, I mean, I don't see physically, the only issue, we can bridge it because it's really small, is, Leland Creek.
Yeah, you got a creek in there.
Well, I mean, it's like a
Yeah.
really, I can pretty much step over the creek. So, but sure, I mean, I think that could be done, and I'm certainly, not opposed to that. This entry, this road connection is in our, I think, a 2013 traffic study,
Yeah.
if I remember right.
Oh, it's been there for a long time.
And it's been planned, the way that, Grand Park Drive evolved from First Street. You all that have been here might remember the railroad underpass.
Yeah, the alignment of the railroad.
And what the Union Pacific Railroad required for us to be able to put in that railroad underpass. And that shifted everything to the south. They would not, and my first submittal was for what is on the 05 PDD.
Yeah.
I actually designed it with our prior partners. They didn't do the engineering on the bridge. I did the engineering on the bridge, very costly, and the railroad would not approve it. Would not, because it was such a skewed angle. And they like standard bridges, which is what we ultimately agreed to and gave them, in the location that's at. And so and at that point, First Street had already been platted, and the right of way had been given to the town, and those lots have been created. And of course, we had the general store building, on one of them. So I don't frankly think the neck down affects the character and nature of what that's doing. And frankly, today it's got quite a lot of traffic, for the west side of Winter Park. I think that underpass has been a really, really, really beneficial addition for residents that live in the west side of Winter Park.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thanks, Mark.
Thank you all.
Any discussion from the public? Come to the podium and give us your name and where you live approximately. It'd be great in 3 minutes if you could, please. Thanks.
Deborah Schulman. I live at 192 Mountain Willow Drive. My husband and I first purchased a home in Fraser in 2006. We have been frequent visitors since 1998. In 2018, we moved to our dream home on Cozen's Meadow, 23W, where we would walk out our door to ski, bike, hike, walk our dogs, look at abundant wildflowers, and marvel at the view. It was filled with elephant head orchids. We were explicitly promised that the meadow, 23W, would remain as open space into perpetuity. And that is why we bought. Indeed, in the 2005 PDD, the meadow is a intended conservation easement open space. In Larimer County, conservation easement open space is used to preserve open land. The land is still private, but with considerable tax breaks that can only be taken if it is legally designated open space. The meadow has long been an asset to Fraser Winter Park community, the tourists, the environments, the moose, and the kids at the recreation center. This until June 2020, when Clark fenced us out, fenced the children out, fenced the moose from its food source, and brought in hundreds of head of cattle that shattered the tranquility and decimated the meadow. And now here we are. Mr. Lipscomb has submitted an application for development on most of the meadow just before litigation between he and the town over the meadow. Issues to consider. 75-foot tall buildings, even 50-foot tall buildings block the view shed that make Fraser so unique and special. I would argue that we have vested rights to the view shed. With 75-foot buildings, our views from the willows will be blocked. In fact, I asked the planning commission and the town trustees to revise the building codes and lower building heights in all of Fraser, as they have in many mountain communities in Colorado towns. Fraser would have to supply water, wastewater treatment, electricity, natural gas, buses, everything. And unless substantive impact fees are collected, taxpayers will subsidize this development. There will be hundreds of low-wage workers requiring affordable housing that are in dire short supply. The economy of Fraser is a charming historic town, is based on outdoor recreation, and that is what should be emphasized, including maintaining the meadow as open space as originally intended. American Willow extension would cut across 23W. There was one road anticipated to connect Old Victory Road with Highway 40, and Grant Park Drive serves that purpose. When I think of open space, I think of a continuous whole, not little pieces of land cobbled together like what they were saying between the railroad tracks and Highway 40. There's just all these little bits and pieces. It's not one big piece of land. So anyway, I ask that you deny this application outright and not pass it on to the trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Jennifer Anderson, I'm a resident of Fraser. One thing I wanted to mention was with regard to open space, I mean, I had to look it up in the town code, but I mean, it does say it includes facilities. So, to your question, I think for recreation. So the fact that that table said NA for open space, I think is like not applicable because we're talking about open space, but the facilities within the open space would, be limited in height and stuff. So, I don't think that just because a golf course had a facility, it would be commercial. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I do think there's been a bait and switch. I don't think you can say that landscaping throughout a big development area is the same as a big meadow or has the same value to the public. I wasn't here when Cousins Meadow was first agreed because that was a long time ago. I was actually still in college, but I would say that I don't think you can say that even if there's a net gain to the overall acreage when it is just landscaping throughout, you know, facilities, hotels, housing, it's not the same as a big meadow where people can recreate. There is not the same value to the public there. And then lastly, I would say that I think that you should deny. One of the reasons being, as a member of the public, I am an attorney. I found it incredibly hard to follow everything that you were talking about and all of these changes. I think that you owe it to the public to require a very clean application that is very clear about what is being asked for, and then grant or deny it. And that is important because some of these, I think you can avoid some of this disagreement and lack of clarity if you require an application that is buttoned up, very clean and very clear from the beginning, and that burden should be on the applicant, the developer. And I don't think that that is an unreasonable request. I think that that is something that they do in a lot of places. So it doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I'm not saying that we should make it more difficult than possible, but I think that there has been a lot of back and forth. And the idea that someone stands here and says that there's a bunch of comments that weren't considered on filing 3 and 4 when it is a new application, is absurd to me, because it's like comments on a different application should not be considered for filing 3 and 4. Ultimately, this is a new application, should be treated as such, and the comments that were submitted on these filings is what should be considered. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience in the room? The online comments, if we could. We have quite a group. So if you raise your hand, we can.
Hi there, this is Amanda Prager. I have a townhome in the Willows. I feel a little bit like a broken record, but can we go back to the spirit of the meadow? We are not talking, I mean, I guess I'm in agreement with all these other public comments where we are not piecing together landscaping slivers. This was a meadow. This was the intent for the public. This was set aside for animals, nature. It was a wetland at one point. I honestly can't believe that we spend so much time and so many resources having these conversations over and over again when the litigation is not resolved. And I find it curious that more proposals are thrown in front of you folks when the litigation is not resolved. Like, why now? Why can't we wait until after the litigation is resolved? And then we can use our time and efforts to make plans that fit within that litigation. I hope this makes sense. I just can't believe, I just feel like a broken record. We're having this conversation over and over again. And the intent of the meadow was to be open space for nature.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I am driving. My name is Tia. My husband and I purchased in Grand Park. We are at 48 Blue Stem Court. We are in a cul-de-sac that backs up to said meadow. And we did pay a premium to back up to the meadow because we were sold the land with the promise of cross-country skiing. We moved here from Minnesota. We're avid Nordic skiers. And so that was a dream come true for us. Of course, 3 years after purchase is when the fence went up. And for the first year, we were allowed to crawl over the fence to ski, but then they stopped tracking it. And it kind of felt like punishment because we all kind of stood kind of in defiance that we were listening to cows starve every night. We were listening to, babies born out in the field and absolutely starving. My husband ran the land, and the heads of cows were outrageous that first year. And I do appreciate that that's been corrected. We don't hear cows dying on the regular anymore. But with this, we still sit on a cul-de-sac that was to be flanked by 2 ponds that we're 5 or 6 years in, that those ponds are still big gaping holes that have not been filled. One of our neighbors paid a premium and installed extra windows to look over the pond, and she looks over a dirt hole that fills with garbage that blows by. Dogs run without leashes, go to the bathroom in there. So I have a hard time even the conversation of landscaping, because our cul-de-sac, which should be so beautiful, looks kind of like a dump because we have no landscaping. So I think projects should be completed before new projects begin, and they should be completed as they were sold. I think that land should be used wisely to preserve space for the moose who used to live in that land. It's very sad to watch them stuck and not able to get in the fences. It's all very troubling. And I agree with Amanda that getting on these calls every month is starting to feel like kind of crazy making, because it has felt like a bait and switch. It has felt like we're sold something that isn't there. And I mean, we just look around and we see all these partial projects, and great that those buildings are starting to be developed now, but we've looked at them for 5 years, just rotting buildings. So for the builder to say, you know, it'll depend on funding, well, what projects will start again and stop again? So I just don't want to continue this. And I think all litigation should be handled before anything is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Joe Landon. I own property in Grant Park. Just want to say that I appreciate all the professionalism and the decorum of the way people conducted themselves tonight. It's extremely difficult to interpret conflicting provisions and frankly conflicting past approvals. There's a million moving parts going on here with these applications for you now. And as a lady earlier said, I don't know how you can put these down into a logical decision pattern to make a decision. I would like to see some finality here with all this, with clear planning and a process that's defined, that's done with public input. If we're changing the public input and the public process that was done 20 years ago, then a new public process from that basis needs to be completed. And again, as I said at the very, very beginning of this meeting tonight, I'm aware that the city has hired a firm to update its comprehensive plan. There's probably a way to do this and run it appropriately. So all I have to say, again, appreciate the hard work of the town staff. Very impressive by Garrett and Kent. Appreciate it. It's difficult, and you know, everybody seems to be conducting them in a professional way and an impartial way, coming out of the interpretations of documents that again have a lot of conflicting provisions. So appreciate all that you do and the tough spot you are in. Appreciate your public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landon.
Thank you.
Any other hands raised out there? Or? Okay. So we'll go back to board discussion. Yeah, let's close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so board discussion here, if we could.
I don't know. I don't know what we do about Garrett's interpretation, or what you think is the acreage and what the applicant says. I don't know how to resolve that.
Well, but I think, don't we have a fundamental question here about our legal opinion and whether we agree with this, whether this is a major PDD amendment. In other words, this is, he's asking for a major direction change from the annexation agreement. And given their latitude to move things around, but the latitude is, I think, somewhat limited to the spirit of the annexation agreement. And to move a hotel and a large group of buildings out into 23W is something that needs to be discussed as a major PDD. So I just think this is the wrong process.
So I agree that it does, I think for our due process, that it does involve going back to the community for a major PDD amendment.
Yes.
But so what does that look like for us tonight? Does that just involve putting it toward the board and then the board mandates that?
So Garrett,
Or, I mean, you guys have worked really hard on this plan,
Oh, yeah.
and it's
and that's what I'm kind of wondering. To me, the major PDD aspect of this is the cluster that's right behind that rec center out in the meadow. The rest of it, the replats and the tuning up of Market Street in that area,
Right.
I don't see any problem with that.
yeah, no, it's just like you say, we're back to that intent of 2005 and
75-foot buildings in the meadow, basically.
yeah.
Is it possible to split those, Garrett, or is this?
I think if the applicant was willing to split this application, essentially And the other commissioners are raising concern with what was proposed as planning area 2W.3 south of American Willow.
Yes.
The fact that its location is not consistent with the 2005 PDD.
And requires a major PDD amendment to ask about this fundamental question is, should this large piece of open space be changed into development?
So if we deny this and the board says we have to have a major PDD amendment first, then depending on the outcome of that, could they bring back the same plan? If the people of the Fraser Valley voted and said, yeah, this is what we
Well,
want.
it's still a board decision. I mean, this just opens it up to public discussion, and I don't believe.
Well, the major PDD amendment that it says it shows the building, isn't that a public process? How does that work? What does that look like? What does it entail?
You know, there's 3 criteria that need to be met, and I don't remember all 3. The primary one, though, is it needs to serve the public interest.
Okay.
But it is a public process, and so there's public hearings. It'd be the same process essentially as when the original PDD was approved.
The public doesn't vote on it.
No, the public does not vote. It's a board decision.
Okay.
They just have input.
So if we move this onto the board, then
They could make that decision, yeah.
And even if we recommend, I mean, just a note on process, even if we recommend denial tonight, this still goes on to the board. This is the planning commission is strictly a recommendation to the trustees, right?
Well, the planning commission does have the option to make a decision on the preliminary plat application outright, to approve that or deny that. The planning commission can defer that decision to the board of trustees. So
But if we deny it, then this is dead at this point.
if you deny the preliminary plat outright, then essentially the applicant would need to either revise their plans or go through the major PDD amendment process. That's my understanding.
Do you have, well, I think this is where the ambiguity gets me because I don't feel like I have enough information to make a due process decision. We've adjusted those bubbles historically from time to time. Now that we're getting to the point of the nitty gritty where the land is much more valuable at this point in time than it was back when. And the details are incredibly complicated to try and make a plan for. I just, 23W was taken out the last time we met about this. I appreciate that both sides are trying to find a middle ground because these developments, we need to come to an agreement at some point. I'm still at the point of deferring it to the board of trustees.
I agree with that.
I'd like to make a motion to defer. Let me get back to this. Just a moment, please.
Well, if I could interject that motion, I apologize.
Definitely.
Commissioner McCoy. My understanding is that the planning commission should still make a recommendation of approval or denial on the FPDP. What you are sending to the board, if you so choose, is a decision on the preliminary plat application. And if you recall from May, the planning commission elected to send that to the decision to the board while also recommending that it be denied, both the preliminary plat and the FPDP application. So if the board would like to defer the decision on the preliminary plat to the board of trustees, then the planning commission still needs to make a recommendation one way or another on the FPDP, is my understanding of our code. Now, you need not make a recommendation one way or another on the preliminary plat while sending FPDP.
The major P, not the major PDP. Sorry.
So the major amendment process that we've been talking about is completely separate from this.
Okay, so,
And maybe I would just like to speak to that for a moment, because
Sure.
I think the reality is this PDD should have been amended many years ago. It should have been amended when Grand Park Drive was not built in this location. It should have been amended, frankly, when Leland Creek floodplain was mapped. The fact that we are using a map from 2005 where the reality on the ground has changed to make decisions on this application, it is really speaking to what some members of the public have spoken about in the difficulty of making decisions on current applications that frankly do not align with this map. So that, I just want to get that out there because I understand that frustration. Now, what we are talking about is the final plan development plan application and the preliminary plat application. The Planning Commission can approve or deny the preliminary plat. You have the authority to do that. Back in May, what you all elected to do was defer that decision to the board. You can still do so tonight on this preliminary plat application. When you did so back in May, you also recommended that the preliminary plat be denied. I am simply saying that you need not make that recommendation on the preliminary plat if you choose to send it to the board. Now, the FPDP, which is the map with the colors that we looked at previously, it defines the lots and the uses. The Planning Commission still needs to make a recommendation of approval or denial either way on that tonight, is my understanding based on our code. But that recommendation essentially can just sit. It need not be approved or denied by the board if the preliminary plat is considered by the board. What we have done for decades with these applications is that the FPDP does not receive final approval from the Board of Trustees until a final plat application also receives approval. So in this case, again, I would advise to make a recommendation one way or another on the FPDP. And if you so choose, to send the preliminary plat application to the board.
And leave this
That was
question.
really confusing.
Yeah, and leave this question.
That was really
I feel
confusing.
like
In other
my
words,
head is
leave the
gonna
question
explode.
with the major PDD on the table.
I think the major PDD amendment process can be completed regardless of the decision you choose tonight.
Well, the applicant wouldn't choose
Eh,
that.
well,
They didn't have to, so.
I guess if
Sure.
you choose approval, then that kind of means that they may not necessarily need to do the major PDD amendment.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But everything else, it defers the final decision to the board and leaves the determination of a major PDD amendment, subject to how the applicant modifies their plans and or the board's ruling on the matter.
Could we recommend the decision of approval or denial to be deferred to the Board of Trustees?
Now, in other words, take no position.
Is that possible?
There's
I-
still the two different things.
They are, and I
Well,
don't feel like I have enough information to
Yeah.
choose one or the other. I think that, both sides have been trying to compromise here and we just don't have the information that we need.
Well, I think we have the information. I just think, I believe strongly that we're in the wrong process here, that we've got a project that's out in the middle of an open space. And I agree, Joy, that the conditions have changed, but the meadow hasn't changed, And the intent, I think, of the previous board and the annexation agreement or plan, that this area is to be left open. And facilities is, and she's right, that it shows height and setbacks for the buildings that don't appear anywhere in the definition. So I'm not sure why those setbacks and heights are in there. But it's clear that there's to be nothing in 23W other than open space, roads, golf course that was originally shown, but not buildings. There's no provision for buildings out there. And we've got a lot of people that own property back there, and I know there's some people in favor of it too, but people, I can understand that they bought land along the edge of a meadow for a reason. That the meadow was there, and that was what they thought was in the town regulations, and in the annexation agreement. I am confused. I mean, at this point, I think that, I would really like to be able to send recommend that the applicant go down the PDD, the major PDD amendment route, but it doesn't sound like that's an option.
I would say it is an option if you list that as a reason for denial in a resolution recommending denial of the FPDP. And either denying outright or recommending denial of the preliminary plat. So let me pull up the resolution and I can help us get through this.
If we recommend denial based on PDD, does it still go to the board?
If we recommend denial of the preliminary plat application, then it would still advance to the board. Unless the applicant modifies their plans to a degree that it requires an additional public hearing before the planning commission.
And then would we be under that 30-day obligation or not?
No, we're not.
Okay.
We're trying not to bump it down the road. I agree with Joy.
Yeah.
We don't
need
want a
to make
continuance.
decisions.
Yeah.
This is not fair to the applicant to keep
Right.
bumping this down another month.
Not easy.
But I don't want to close the door completely. I think that there needs to be board of trustees input on this. So,
Yeah. Like the board to make the decision, actually.
well, but I'd like to make a recommendation to them. We spent a lot of time here. The applicant spent a lot of time with us. I think we've got enough information. At least I feel I have enough information to say that I don't believe that it's the right process for those buildings that are out in the meadow, that they need to go through a stronger public review process. It's outlined in the annexation agreement. I view it as a rezoning. I think this is very much like a rezoning. And it's not, because it's a planned development, but it's a similar serious nature. They're asking for a complete change of use based on prior agreements.
So what I have on the screen before you is the resolution B in the packet. So it sounds like the planning commission would like to defer a final decision on the preliminary plat to the board so that this goes to the board while also recommending that it be denied. Is that a correct understanding?
So this is not saying anything about a plan,
Major PDD.
Currently it does not, but we can add an additional reason for denial that states something along those lines.
Yes.
But
and I don't want that because I'm not convinced that
You don't want what?
to make the requirement that go through the plan amendment process. I'm not convinced that's necessary.
right.
I'm disagreeing with you.
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
Sure.
no,
Yeah.
I'm disagreeing with you. So,
Yeah.
so anyway, if you want to put it in there, I might not vote for it.
Well, but I'm just curious. So why not? Would you want to approve the entire project or move it along then, or?
Let me read what we're
Yeah.
doing.
Let me
I think all it's doing is recommending denial and deferring to the board of trustees. Am I correct?
So these two reasons for denial that I had drafted largely mirror the concerns that I raised in my presentation, simply with regards to acreages of planning areas not exceeding those identified on the 2005 Grand Park PDD. I know another point of discussion where there's a large degree of latitude is the location of these planning areas. And to Andy's point, planning area 2W.3, the area south of American Willow Drive, is not necessarily consistent with the location of any planning area. And it could certainly be argued for that to be approved, that the applicant would need a major amendment to the 2005 Grand Park PDD. So in my review of their application, I did not think that was completely necessary. I simply believe that so long as the acreages are reduced and within the acreages identified on the 2005 plan, that would bring their plan into compliance. So, okay.
But our attorney believes that we need to have that, go through that process. Is that correct?
I think so, Katie, because of the increase in acreage and the change in use of 23W of that increase.
Could that be a condition of the recommendation to defer to the decision of approval to the Board of Trustees that there needs to be a major PDD amendment. And can that be one of the conditions?
I think it could be added as a third condition of approval, and I think maybe recognizing there are differences of opinion on adding this or not. If there is a vote to add it in, I might suggest
I vote on condition 3.
adding a condition 3 or not.
I vote on adding condition 3.
I agree. I'd add it
Go to the first page on this again. would
to
you?
recommend.
So one other change I would make if you want to defer this to the board is a resolution recommending denial of a preliminary plat and recommending denial of an FPDP. If we just deny it outright, then it does not advance to the board.
Right, but recommending denial, it goes to the board.
Correct.
But are you strong enough to recommend denial of this, though? Sounds like you're,
Well, well, if you want to take a vote, add 3 and take a vote, you'll know what my vote is.
oh, that's okay. I'm-
But if you leave it off, then it might be a different vote.
Yeah, sure. What do you think, Katie?
What was your question, Andy?
Well, so we're, in this resolution, we're recommending denial. It's not a dead end. It goes on to the board, okay? But we're recommending denial. I mean, to me, I have no problem with with the plat. Other than this, do we have a name for the piece that's out in the meadow?
2W.3.
2W.3, that's my focal point.
Yeah.
I believe that has moved a large set of large buildings right out into what was foreseen as open space. And that's what I'm focused on. And if that was not there, I would recommend approval of this. He's redesigning, replatting the areas around Market Street, which is great. Hopefully that building gets done there and in that area it becomes a vibrant pedestrian area like he's foreseen. But this large development right behind the rec center out in the middle of 23W is, I think it's as the neighbors that have told us, and I, as a member of as a part of the valley, I think that's way beyond the pale.
What's your reluctance of not wanting that, Margaret? I'm just curious.
I agree with Garrett's original analysis, which is Garrett was allowing more flexibility in the PDD, and I'm agreeing with his analysis versus he didn't have a problem with what was being recommended there, and I'm agreeing with him.
So 75 or 55-foot buildings in there, do you think?
75.
But would that be all right, or?
All I'm saying is I was agreeing with Garrett's analysis.
But that becomes, that was kind of the key things that brought this home to me was how do we decide what type buildings? I mean, this is outside of the guidance of the annexation agreement as to how tall those buildings are. So, and Garrett went down the 75-foot route because I get it. You know, you either go towards the highway or go to the 75-foot back on the backside. So, but that just pointed out to me that we're making all these decisions not based on the annexation agreement, but based on some fairly creative reading of it. So.
It's not dead in the water if we recommend denial,
No.
correct?
No. To the point that you brought up, Andy, again, what I'm leaning on is I would maybe argue not necessarily a creative or far-fetched reading of this note 16. No, I know, I forget the words you used, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, but I think it's just what degree of change from the locations on this map is acceptable to you all. And there is a high degree of interpretation and variability to that. So
Yeah, well, we have not gone where we've taken an entire group of buildings and set it right out in the middle of an area that was foreseen as open space. So
sure,
this is new. This is different than what's been done in the past.
it is.
Well, let's try this motion with recommends denial, add the third component on there for the major PDD amendment as process. It should be considered as a route forward to this proposal.
How's that?
That's better, yeah. It's not consistent with the character, the description of the planning areas identified in the 2005. Yeah, okay.
Does anyone have any concerns with this text? In condition number 3.
Okay to me.
Okay.
That looks good.
And then again, this motion is recommending denial of the preliminary plat and recommending denial of the FPDP, which means the board would take the final action on approval or denial of the preliminary plat.
Right. Anyone willing to make that motion or?
Okay, I recommend denial of, so this is resolution number 2024-07-02B, which recommends denial of the preliminary plat and recommending denial of the final plan development plan for the Village at Grand Park filing 3. And there are 3 conditions or concerns we have at the bottom for the board to consider.
Katie, did you start that motion with denying that resolution?
Just
You're approving.
I'm approving it,
You're-
yes.
Okay.
So
Making sure you have the intent.
should I
right.
start over? Here, I've got it right in front of me. This will be, I think it's just getting late. It's after 9. Okay, I apologize.
Will you scroll down just a little further, Garrett? I would like to look at that third condition.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All
Okay.
right.
And should we read that for our listening public? Or those aren't really conditions. Those are the reasons why we were done.
They're
tonight.
reasons for denial, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And before you make that motion, Antoinette, should we potentially just remove the B from this resolution? I don't know
Yeah,
if it
that's
matters much.
confusing. Or the
You'll have to say what
Or 07,
2024 was 7.
03, isn't it? Or is it
This is O2.
02? Okay, not the one I've got in my map. Okay.
I think if you want to remove the B, I think just make that a part of the motion that we're now making the resolution 2024-07-02.
Okay.
Recommending denial. Approving the resolution, which recommends denial.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion approving Fraser Planning Commission Resolution number 2024-07-02. A resolution recommending denial of the preliminary plat and denial of the final PDP for the Village at Grand Park, filing 4. Planning area 16WA, located in Grand Park.
With the addition of number 3.
Right, we deleted number 3 because we had 2 options on resolution, so it's just number 2. Is that correct?
You got it, number 3.
Added number 3. We're leaving number 3, we're taking that off.
Katie, it's with the addition of condition number 3.
Oh, with the, I'm sorry, I was looking at the top of it. Yes, with the addition of condition number 3. Or reason number 3.
You want to read 3 for you, or
I'm sorry.
can you read it all right, or?
I'll try.
Okay.
I don't know if we can make that next item on our agenda. I'm just getting really, really tired. I bet everybody else is too.
Number 3 says the location of planning area 2W.3 as proposed is not consistent with the character description of the planning area as identified in the 2005 Grand Park PDDP. Major amendment to the 2005 Grand Park PDDP should first be approved in order for this planning area to be approved.
Thank you for reading.
My pleasure.
Is that what you'd ask me to do?
Yeah, do we have a second?
Second.
We'll take a roll call vote if we could, please.
Okay. Katie Sewell, say. Margaret Bowles, no.
Joy McCoy, aye.
Randy Miller,
Okay. Motion carries.
Now, I don't really notice a break here between this first item and the Village of Grand Park filing 4B. Are we supposed to, is that the next item?
That is the second public hearing,
Right.
under agenda 6.
So
Yes.
do we need to close the public hearing and reopen the public? hearing?
We should close the public hearing for filing.
Well, we actually
Already
closed the
did.
public hearing
Okay.
before before we
closed it.
made the motion.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
So now we need to reopen the public hearing for the Village of Grand Park filing 4.
Make sure you want to do that.
A motion to open a public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, could I make a simple request here? I mean, this planning area is even farther, is
Mhm.
out farther into the open space.
We're gonna deny it.
Honestly, is there any question about that, or? I mean, I don't want to be unfair to the applicant here, but we. I don't know, Ken,
Yeah, I think it falls under those same parameters as our last.
I think you should talk to the applicant
Okay.
and
Okay.
reach agreement that
Okay.
they are okay with
Have
that.
them come and,
If they would like their due process, then I think you need to allow it.
okay, okay. So let's have just a brief staff report, at least show them if we could.
Certainly, if you could just give me
May
a
I
few seconds.
make a request? Because, I mean, is there any way that we can discuss this at a time, at another?
No, this is on.
Yeah.
It's here, this is.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, let's do it.
I think we can get through this fairly quickly.
should we just start with the applicant? Then
Let's
pull up the
just
map.
see a map and just, get us up to speed slightly here at least.
Sure. So the development location that we're talking about this, the Village of Grand Park filing 4 is planning area 1WA.6, shown on the bottom right side of the screen. It is proposed north of American Willow Drive. Here's an image of it shown in relation to existing Google Earth aerial imagery. So again, above American Willow Drive. I won't speak to the review timeline. It's the same as filing 3 application. Public notice was also the same. Here is a detailed look at what is proposed in 1WA.6. It's a mix of residential, lodging, and commercial uses. There are density transfers proposed. If we look at this application, kind of excluding filing 3, which we just discussed, this application is only proposing 42 residential units be transferred. However, when we also consider this application as well as filing 3, it would essentially nearly max out the 30% allowance of density transfer. The one exception is in the residential units. Again, talking about planning area acreages, 1WA is approved for 30.3. It's quite clear from this application that they're proposing 6 acres in this 1WA.6, which would lead to a total of 36.3 acres, or roughly 37 when including what I believe to be discrepancies in the Village of Grand Park filing 3 application. And additionally, I think the location of this planning area, not subject to any interpretation, based on that note in the 2005 PDDP. The location of 1WA.6 deviates from the described area of 1WA to a significant degree, and is clearly not acceptable in staff's opinion. The 2005 PDDP for Grand Park clearly did not consider development north of Rendezvous Road / Grand Park Drive as identified on that plan.
Yeah.
So the recommendation is denial for the following two reasons. Expansion of 1WA as well as the development location is not consistent with the 2005 PDDP.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We'll hear from the applicant, please.
Well, with the street. For talking or what? Layla Rosales, Terracino Design. So again, I'm going to walk you briefly through kind of where we are as it relates to entitlements, development, and densities in 1WA. So again, PDDP, approximate acres of 30.3, 230 attached units, 300 lodging units, and 140,000 square feet of commercial. Again, section 4.2 talks about the transfer of density for up to 30% of any receiving planning area within the Grand Park PDDP. So with that, that puts 1WA at 299 residential units, 390 lodging units, and 182,000 commercial square feet. This is a summary of the final plan that we just discussed as it relates to the transfer proposal that will be going to the town board in a couple of weeks. The 245 residential units at 6.5% transfer, and the additional 25,000 or so commercial square feet at an 18% transfer. So kind of what that leaves you with is 54 residential units, 140 lodging units, and just over 16,000 square feet of commercial within this planning area. And so what we're requesting tonight for 1WA.6 is 44 attached, 140 lodging units, and the 16,000 square feet, just over 16,000 square feet of the commercial area, which would then max out the permitted densities within planning area 1WA. So why are we bringing this up? What's our story? Again, resolution 2008-0305, which was approved by the Board of Trustees back in 2008 as part of the rec center construction, allowed for the acreage in the amount of 4.9 acres to be transferred or relocated within the Grand Park TDD within planning area 1WA or any planning area west of the tracks. This was a document that was signed and approved by the town, thereby giving us the option to decide where we would relocate this, being that it was already approved by the town for either one of these locations. It doesn't say anywhere in this document that it needs to be reapproved. So with that being said, we're taking advantage of that 4.9 acres, which really, honestly, after our conversation earlier, should have been really designated in 23W, because a rec center is truly a recreational facility. And reallocating that into this area just north of American Willow Drive. And so, we're not required to utilize the 4.9 acres donated for public use in this location. We could utilize sections 4.2 and 4.3, which we've discussed in detail tonight as it relates to the transfer of density and the ability to adjust the acreages of planning areas based on the annexation agreement. However, we recognize recognize the reallocation and think that this is the appropriate place for it. So again, section 4.9 talks about the boundaries of the planning areas being adjusted from time to time. As it relates to the approved residential units, and square footage shall be the controlling factor, and the designated acreage or density will be adjusted to that constant. So that becomes relevant as it relates to the additional 1.2 acres, because again, the request tonight is 6 acres, and 4.9 of that, or 4.8, depending on how you want to look at it, is a reallocation from the rec center. And so with that, again, trying to, provide some additional commercial for the town. We're requesting the additional one, or not requesting, we are actually, per the annexation agreement, we are reallocating, or we are increasing the planning area acreage in order to accommodate the density for this commercial area right here for this 1.2 acres. So again, the reason that we can't achieve the maximum densities within the planning areas are the physical requirements for, like we've discussed previously, building footprints, parking, open space, snow storage, environmental constraints, including Leland Creek floodplain, wetlands, and obviously the donation of the land and infrastructure for the construction of Grand Park Community Recreation Center of 4.9 acres in 2008. So again, the plan you're looking at tonight, as it relates to the 6 acres, about 25% of that is open space landscape. We got 5.2% of walks. Building footprint is 22%, and parking is just under 50%. So the buildings, again, we tried to, minimize the footprint as it relates to these and maximize the building heights of the 55 feet with 4 stories for building 1, which is residential, 2 stories for the commercial building, and 4 stories for the lodge that's proposed, or the hotel that's proposed on the north side of the site. And again, in this instance, we're assuming also the 1,200 square foot residential units and the same percentage of 3 bedroom at 50%, 2 bedroom at 30%, and 1 bedroom at 20%. Parking in this instance, we are, well, dead on as it relates to required parking of 255 spaces as required, and that's what's provided here. So we didn't go above and beyond as it relates to parking in this instance. We kept it as tight as we possibly could. Open space, same thing. We provided just the 10% open space as required in planning area 1 WA. And again, trying to minimize the impacts of, or the acreage of this particular planning area. Again, required landscape area, 15% of the lot area is required, again, per your code. So we spoke about before, kind of how do we come to these site plans, and how do we decide the area that is required in order to develop what's allowed. Sidewalk, same thing, minimum of 8 feet wide on each side of the street as it relates to the mixed use and commercial zoning within the PDDs. So 8-foot walks. And then snow storage, same thing. We're required to do, 1/3 of any parking, driveway, walkway to be cleared. So what does that mean as it relates to this? Again, this is the FPDP planning area totals as far as acreage goes. And so we are at the 135.2 acres and everything that you see in color here. So you will see that 23W, there's still a large area of 23W here in gray that is unimpeded, or don't include any of the development areas that we're talking about tonight. And so the 2005 PDDP, as it relates to planning area totals, was 135.2, and with this plan, you're at 135.2. So you planning area totals in the FDP are the same, and providing open space greater than is required. Here's a picture, a little bit better picture of what this looks like. The lodge or hotel would be on the north side there. On to the open space or 23W area, and the commercial is just north of American Willow Drive, where obviously has some good visibility from the highway where it should go, and then the residential area down there on the, I guess, the bottom of this page, but north is skewed, which always screws me up a little bit. And again, kind of highlighting here, parking, 255 required, 255 provided, snow storage. In this instance, 45,000 square feet plus or minus is required. We actually only have the space for 35,000. So we would be doing some snow storage offsite. Again, trying to minimize the area of this particular planning area. And the open space in this instance is the 0.6 acres as required. So, the Village of Grand Park was conceived as an economic development future for the town of Fraser dating back to 1986 when Maryvale was approved in this location. Boasting a mixed use of residential, lodging, and commercial densities, this is a plan to offer the experience that simply does not exist in the area today. Without projects like this, Fraser's economic future is limited and likely flat or down. This project is about improving the future, adding jobs to our community, and giving visitors a reason to stay, a reason and a place to stay longer than the average 1.3 days the town just cited in its recent economic development workshop.
Yeah, I just got one clarification. I just want to clarify that the 135.2 acres, she said 135.2, it's 135.2 acres that are represented by planning areas 1 to 5 on the land between the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way and US Highway 40. Okay, and that's in the 2005 PDD. Those are the planning area acreages. And the final plans were this approved in the plan that we heard previously would total 135.2 upon this being approved. So we are net identical on development acreage when we don't have to do that pursuant to 4.3, but we've gone to great extremes to design more complicated, way more costly buildings with smaller units than the market here probably supports today in an effort to try to work with staff and meet the acreages that are set forth on the planning area PDDs rather than use section 4.3 of the annexation, which we're entitled to do without major plan amendments. And I just want to be clear with you. This document is a guiding document. Go read the whole thing. And it very, very clearly states that this document will change and evolve as market conditions evolve, as environmental conditions are identified. This is a flexible tool. We are, I think, over 35% of area that will be 23W facilities, golf, open space development, 35%, over 35%. You don't have a zoning that I know of in the town code that requires 35% open space. And part of the latitude that is in this document recognizes the great amount of green belt, albeit private, green belt that is in here. And yeah, it'll have some facilities. I have some ideas of what the facilities will be, but it's mostly going to be green, whether it's got golf in it or doesn't have golf. And that's what a PD document is about. And so I keep hearing this is hard to understand. There's a lot of stuff going on. I guess I've lived with it for too long, since 99, and evolved it and bought all the additional acreage without adding any density. We bought 885 acres and spread the density out, which was what allowed us to create the larger 23W area. And I think that was a huge, very good thing we did for the community, along with many other things that we've done. And we just like the recognition of what the provisions are in this document and how it was intended to be a flexible, living document. Those bubbles are not hard and fast, and the document says that. And we have done everything in our power to design and try to preserve as much as possible. And I can guarantee you one thing, that when this development's finished, 100% of it, all 1,310 acres, there will be 468.1 acres in 23W. Period. And that's required in the document. So with that, thank you for your time. I appreciate you staying late. It was a long day, but hopefully you can appreciate how much time and effort that we've spent working within the context of our document and the flexibility that it provides us and what we have to deal with on the ground with the various environmental conditions that exist around there, and the donation that we made to the Fraser Valley Metropolitan Recreation District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other input? Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Leila.
Okay. Any other input from the public, please?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I appreciate the.
Introduce yourself.
Oh,
again.
sorry, Jennifer Anderson. I'm a resident of Fraser. I do not live in Grand Park, just to be clear. But I do want to say thank you. I appreciate the recommendation that there be a public process to amend the original PDDP. I do think that the comment that you're hearing is indicative of the fact that this is a very big change from what was envisioned and what was documented in that. And that is why, for me, this is about process. This is not about this development. I am not opposed to your development. I do see the benefit that development has brought and that Grand Park has brought. And I love the idea of commercial space over there. For me, this is about what is the correct process to ensure that the public gets to weigh in when there is a major change to a contiguous area of open space that was essentially going to be public land where people could recreate, and then it was switched to be woven within this development. That is huge. That is different than what was envisioned. And to say that the 23W boundaries are malleable and can be, it can be this kind of like changing shape plat or whatever, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you wouldn't let them do that with any of the other plats. So I guess I just don't buy that argument. And for me, this is about process. So I commend you all for making sure that it will go through the process and it can still be approved after that process. So this isn't a denial outright. I think that you're honoring the ability for the public to weigh in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just want to 23W, Clark Lipscomb again. 23W was never public open space. I
Okay.
just want to be clear.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
private land.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public in the room? Okay, anybody online with a comment?
Hi, Joe Landon, property owner, Grand Park. Again, appreciate the conversation and the challenge here. I agree with a lot of what the lady who just spoke said. There's a lot of process and public definition of plans that need to be figured out. I do want to say to get balance here, it does seem like there's an issue with the 4.9 acres of the rec center, and should be properly compensated, assuming that that's what's wrong, or that that was given up for the rec center and probably compensated in some way. The one comment about we are increasing acreage to accommodate density, I don't know if that's what is defined in the annexation agreement. It'd be great if somebody could articulate that and say whether or not that is the way the documents work. I have seen development plans where development plans expire without densities being achieved. And if the 460 acres are gonna be open space, let's just define them now. And the only way you'd really do that is by getting a real plan in front of you from which you all as a public body can make a decision. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public online? Looks like, okay, so I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Andy, I'd like to make one quick comment.
Sure.
There's been a lot of discussions about the donation for the 5 acres for the recreation center.
Mhm.
I just want to confirm so that the public has a good understanding of that. That is in the 2003 amended and restated annexation agreement. And that is a requirement per that agreement. This was not a donation that was outside of that agreement. And that agreement actually said that not less than 5 acres be provided to the rec district for these facilities. And I'd just like to make sure that that's a point of understanding with the public with this.
Thank you.
Andy, I have to address
Sir,
that.
we closed the public hearing.
I
sir.
understand, but if he
Right.
comments on that
No,
agreement wrongfully, it needs to
Sir,
be corrected.
sir, please, okay, it's late. You've had your
understand
say
that.
and over
But
and
the
over.
town of, it's really
We're done.
simple. The
We're
town
done.
of Fraser was supposed to use their
Sir.
5 acres and didn't.
Clark, you've been
That's
respectfully
correct.
requested to.
Just
Thank you.
don't let your manager deceive the public.
All right.
Just say what the
That's
document
enough,
says.
sir.
Please.
I do have the 2003 annexation in front of me, and really there's some point where you use this as a flexible tool and interpret it to what you need it to do so much that it encroaches on what the agreement was originally intended for. I would like to make a motion on resolution 2024-07-03.
So, Joy, do you need
Can I
some
do
text?
that?
Sure, but you need some text or?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
I'd like to make a motion on resolution 2024-07-03 to recommend denial of the village at Grand Park filing for preliminary plat and FPDP.
No condition.
Well, hang on, sorry.
There are conditions on this resolution,
There are two
but they're not conditions. There's
reasons for denial.
the reasons for denial. They're the same. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thanks. We have a motion for, let's see, there's nothing, any other business, any future agenda items? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all for your hard work and thank you everyone for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you.